So, good morning. Welcome everyone in this conference hall. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Is everything okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So then I think we will go on with the first presentation. I should first introduce myself. So I'm Dora Sandy and I'm an associate professor in the University of Miskolc Institute of World and Regional Economics. And I will be the chair in today's session. Practical information that we will have 13 minutes for presentation, and I will measure the time, and at 12 minutes I will sign to every presenter that you have 1 minute left. So I think we can go on with the first presentation. So please, Balázs, start your presentation. It will be about comparative analysis of EU 28 NUTS2 regions by the level of territorial capital, evidences from Central and Eastern Europe.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to deliver this presentation on some of the recent research that was done on territorial capital. My name is Balázs István Tóth, and I am currently employed as associate professor at the University of Sopron, and I am director of the research center at this faculty. During the past 10-15 years, various aspects of territorial capital have been among the most popular research issues in regional science, especially in regional economics and regional policy. And the concept of territorial capital became popular during the millennium when regional science and European regional policy were blossoming in one of their most exciting epochs. Territorial capital has gained considerable attention as the new theories and approaches of endogenous development, as well as the endogenous sources of competitiveness and rigid economic theory, by highlighting the role of intangible elements in determining local competitiveness. The issue has become particularly important in the regional policy context, especially in territorial development policies to help areas develop, as well as in modern place-based approaches to regional policy that emphasize the formation of policy tools as a mix of hard capital and soft capital. Now I would like to move on to the next slide, but I have some problems with it. So maybe it should work now this way. Okay. This works now. So the primary aim of my presentation is to present empirical evidence through the measurement of some of the components of territorial capital using principal component analysis and cluster analysis techniques. I build on the argument that measurement of territorial capital is essential for a better understanding of the diversity of EU regions, and especially in Central and Eastern European countries. When developing this argument, I investigate the components of territorial capital through a thematic categorization elaborated by Roberto Camagni, the pioneer of the concept. On the one hand, particular attention is paid to the identification of the key dimensions of territorial capital that can be used to characterize EU regions in the 2010s. And on the other hand, based on the results of the principal component analysis, I aim to classify the EU 28 NUTS2 regions with a special focus on the Central and Eastern European countries and regions, and describe them based on the results obtained with the dimension reduction. The first order taxonomy of the components of territorial capital was built upon two main dimensions: rivalry, including public goods, private goods, and an intermediate class of club goods and impure public goods, and materiality, including tangible goods, intangible goods, and an intermediate class of mixed goods, providing a 3x3 matrix-like scheme that allows categorization all potential sources of territorial capital. A revised version of this taxonomy was published after minor changes were implemented by the original author, and the figure on the left presents various categories of territorial capital. Well, moving a little bit to the operationalization, I can say that from an empirical perspective, the measurement of territorial capital ought to be based upon a precise selection of indicators, proxy indicators, on the primarily with a clear explanation regarding why the selected variables are suitable to measure the particular item of territorial capital. Fortunately, variables have progressively become available for different spatial scales, such as for larger territories and regions on different levels, NUTS 1, NUTS 2, and NUTS 3 of the European Union. And these solid proxy indicators have been increasingly offered by official and quasi-official statistical sources. Owing to the multifaceted nature of territorial capital, its items and components can be described through several variables, indicators, scores, and measurement units. Material assets can be captured by items related to social overhead capital, resources, collective goods, and private fixed capital. For instance, regional infrastructure endowment as a key element of social overhead capital can be partially measured by road, transport infrastructure and network, and by telecommunication infrastructure and networks. In this study, in my presentation, social overhead capital is captured by three variables: the density of motorway infrastructure, the density of broadband internet services, and the share of artificial land in total land use. Environment resources are captured by the share of cropland as the residence of agricultural production, as well as the share of woodland and the share of grassland in total land use. Territorial resources related to culture can be measured by indices of touristic performance. In this case, the net occupancy rate of bedrooms in hotels and similar accommodations is called into service to describe the presence of cultural resource endowment. In the current analysis, four variables are considered when measuring private capital. First, the density of broadband internet services are considered because the availability of internet services has been used as a proxy for private capital due to its high correlation with the stock of physical investment. Second, gross fixed capital formation shows much of the new value added in the economy invested rather than consumed. In addition, households' net disposable income is included in the set of indicators as it enables savings beyond consumption expenditures. And finally, the stock of private property is captured by the number of passenger cars per 1,000 inhabitants. Non-material assets include elements related to human capital, agglomeration and district economies, and connectivity and governance. Private know-how is measured by the share of population aged 25 to 64 with tertiary education, and the participation rate in education and training. Creativity is captured by the share of scientists and engineers in total labor force, as well as the share of employment in high technology sectors. And according to the existing literatures, resident population density is an appropriate measure of agglomeration economies, mainly because it contains fundamental information for evaluating regional settlement patterns. And in the case variable of regular use of internet is called into service as an indicator to capture connectivity. And the second variable is to capture connectivity is the air transport of passengers. And last but not least, the European Quality of Government Index is used in this presentation and this study to describe the quality of institutions. the percentage of individuals who use the internet for interaction with public authorities might mirror some of the new forms of governance. Accordingly, this proxy is involved in capturing governance. And well, I would like to move on because I would like to show the recent results on the European level and in the Central and Eastern European countries. So the classification of the regions based on the material resource endowment is can be seen on these figures. The next one shows the non-material resource endowment that integrates different variables. And last but not least, the material, non-material assets relations are on this figure with a focus on the Central and Eastern European countries. And well, this map shows a diversity of the European regions based on the three components and dimensions of territorial capital. And well, I can say that the Central and Eastern European regions can be found in the subclusters marked with the red squares. The Hungarian capital, the Czech capital, and the Austrian capitals, the Budapest, Prague, and Vienna capital regions have exceptional potentials in material resources in subcluster 1.3. Other capital regions from Central and Southern Europe, such as Bucharest, Pest County, and Warsaw, show developing capacities in material and non-material assets relations. Regions of Austria, along with a great number of regions in the Central France, from France and Germany and Spain, show similarities in demonstrating a lack of capacities in terms of territorial capital. And cluster 3 includes regions which show poor capacities in terms of territorial capital, perhaps because they fail to mobilize their territorial endowments. A large number of regions, mainly Hungary and Poland, have weak capacities in the material and non-material assets relation. And regions with weak capacities in material assets can be found not only in Central and Eastern Europe, but also in Southern Europe, for example, in Poland or central regions of Spain. But the absolute lagging behind regions with extremely scarce territorial capital endowment can be found in east of Poland, and large homogeneous spaces can be detected in the Bulgarian and Romanian countryside. So to conclude my paper and this study, a fruitful use of the measurement of territorial capital is the grouping of European regions in line with Roberto Camagni's theoretical taxonomy, and multivariate statistical methods served as a good basis for this empirical investigation. Although it was necessary to include proxy variables during the operationalization, the results confirm the usability of the theoretical taxonomy of territorial capital and enable a more subtle mapping of EU regions in the principal dimensions of territorial capital across the 2010s. And my time is more or less up, so I finish now, but I am looking forward to your comments and questions. Thank you so much.
I have a question to Balázs. It was a really interesting presentation, and to see how, for example, Central Eastern Europe is performing in this indicator. What do you think? Are these results in a strong connection, for example, with other indicators like, for example, the gross value added or the GDP per capita, and also with, for example, social indicators like, for example, social innovation potential. So what do you think about this question in Central Eastern Europe?
Well, thank you so much. Well, I have not tested this, but this is a very interesting question to make further tests on possible relations with the GDP per capita. Well, yes, there is, of course, there is a relation on the European level a clear relation. I can say it without testing it, without further econometric tests. So in the existing literature, we can find previous results that show a clear connection between the elements of territorial capital and GDP, so the regional GDP. And it's still an interesting field to test the elements of territorial capital, their relation with social indicators. So there is much work that should be done to get a detailed picture on this. So what you suggested in your question is still needs in-depth investigation in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Because sometimes, not only in Central Eastern Europe, but also in other countries, the technical capital and the social capital is not very connected with each other, and sometimes the peripheral countries can have also some social capital, which can be, for example, driving force for social innovation.
Well, the only problem is that it's quite difficult to capture social capital, relational capital in on NUTS2 level, because we don't have enough data or reliable data that might capture these types of capital, and I think it's still a problem. So hard capital is much easier to capture, and the non-material types and the intermediate group, so the mixed types, are quite difficult to measure.
Okay, thank you very much. As I see, we have another question in the chat box. I will read it out. So what were the most significant components among all variables related to Central Eastern European countries that result in the lagging condition? What can be improved for the future?
So do you mean, I don't really understand the question. So what is meant under components? So the factors, so the principal components? Or may I ask?
It's a good question. In terms of territorial capital improvement.
So the final clusters were created based on the three principal dimensions, the principal components. So all were included in creating and shaping clusters. And although I involved 19 variables, so the initial data set contained 19 variables. After the dimension reduction, 16 variables were effective, and they all have an effect, but of course the most influential, I can go back. So concerning tangible capital, I have a table on this somewhere in my papers, that, for instance, the first dimension that captures the tangible, so the material resource endowment, were chiefly determined. Where is this? I share my screen again, okay, because there I have a slide. So according to the component weights, the first component, material resource endowment, is strongly determined by the occupancy rate of bedrooms, the share of artificial land, density of broadband internet services, and the density of motorway infrastructure. So component weights above 0.5 taken into account when creating the different principal components. Secondly, the non-material resource endowment. So primarily the share of individuals using the internet daily, European Quality and Government Index, participation rate in education and training, And regarding the third component, gross fixed capital formation, share of employment in high technology sectors, air transport of passengers.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. I think we can go on, and if a new question is arriving, then we can turn it back to later. So again, thank you very much for the presentation. It was really interesting. And I'm asked the second presenter, Zuing Zhu, to hold the presentation about diversification and multi-level policy supports as enablers of specializations in green technologies at EU regional level.
Hi everyone, good morning, and my name is Zuing Yu. I'm from KU Leuven, I'm PhD student, and I will present the paper that collaborated with Peter Tenlink. And the topic of this paper is diversification and multi-level policy supports as enablers of specialization in green technologies at the EU regional level. And we know environmental emergencies like global warming occur more frequently in recent years, which calls for a more sustainable economy, and green technologies are complex combinations of spanning diversified capabilities and help regions insulate from environmental problems. And this complexity can be reflected in the process of transferring from fuel to renewable energy as shown in the right picture. So it's really relevant that each region as a small unit is armed with a competitive advantage. So our motivation is how to develop green technologies from the internal and external factors for regions. Internal factors include two types of technological diversification, including related diversification and unrelated diversification, taking all technologies in the regions into account. And external factors are multi-level policy support from different regions at the regional level, national level, and EU level. And we have some novelties and contributions. First, we delve into two dimensions of specialization in green technologies to track not only current technological capability of regions, but also the dynamic evolution led by green technologies through the intensity and the novelty of specialization in green technologies, which couple green technologies with the innovation research. And second, we distinguish different impacts of two types of diversification on specialization in green technologies according to technology distribution within regions to offer fine-grained strategies for regional green development. In addition to internal technological factors, we use multi-level policy supports as external moderators so that the value of policy implication is added to how to promote the development of green technology at a higher level. Our key findings cover a couple of points. First, we link innovation research to identify the intensity and the novelty of specialization in green technologies. We parallel the intensification of specialization in green technologies to the process of technology exploitation, like an incremental innovation. And the emergence of new specialization in green technologies can be linked up to technology exploration. And this process is really radical and creative. And we distinguish that different diversifications have different impacts on specialization in green technologies. Specifically, related diversification with really high scope of related technological fields facilitates the intensity of specialization in green technologies. Unrelated diversification develops the novelty of specialization in green technologies across unrelated technology sectors. One further finding is associated with the external factor that multi-level policy sector supports of environmental protection matter as moderators that underpin the law of diversification in specialization in green technologies. Here shows the theoretical framework. We suppose related diversification is conducive to achieve incremental technological development. Here we use the intensity of specialization in green technologies. Our is more likely to develop a technological breakthrough. That's the emergence of new specialization in green technology here. And multi-level policy support at the regional level, national level, and the European Commission as moderators to unleash different impacts for these two streams of regional green development. And we use two models to examine these hypotheses. First, we use OAS regulation to examine the impact of related diversification and external stimulus of multi-level policy supports. Review the technology advantage RTA index to measure the intensity of specialization in green technologies. Here in this equation, I represent NUTS2 region, and T is the year, and S is the green technology category. And here we use environmental technology classification and use 3-digit CBC technology classification to measure this. And so if this such RTA index is about 1, it means there's a specialized green technology in such technology category within region and in this year. So we count the number of specialized technologies as the intensity of specialization in green technologies. As illustrated in this picture, we can see regions in the central and western EU countries specialize in green technologies more densely than the regions of eastern countries. And for the independent variable, related diversification stands for a within group diversity component. We use all patterns to measure these variables through the weighted sum of entropy at a 4-digit CPC level within 2-digit CPC category. And subtraction in this subtraction in this equation for related diversification is used to represent the difference between total entropy in the 4-digit technology subclasses and 2-digit technology. For 3 moderators, we use the cross-sentence percentage of each dominant party on policy involved environmental protection as a proxy of regional policy support. We take the ratio of environmental taxation per capita to gross regional product per capita to reflect the strictness level of protecting regional environment by the national government. And finally, we adopt the amount of ERDF funding as a share of GDP as a proxy for EU policy support. This table shows our main result of the first model. We can find a significantly positive related diversification for the intensity of specialization in green technologies as the first column, and a positive moderating role of EU policy support as the fourth column. And these pictures displays that the positive impact of related diversification is stronger when we increase the share of ERDF funding to GDP from 0.07% to 0.48%. And further, as shown in the model 2, to track the evolution of new specialization in green technologies in each region, we identify whether regions newly specialize in green technologies over a 4-year period. We compare RTA index that indicates technological specialization between the beginning year and the last year of each 4-year period. For example, if RTA index is about 1 in 2010, but below 1 in 2006, that demonstrates there's new specialization in green technologies in this region. And this picture shows the similar geographical distribution of property probability for the emergence of new specialization in green technologies. And we use patent data in 3-digit CPC technology category to measure the unrated diversification. The higher the entropy, the more unrated technologies involved in this region. And with respect to the new specialization in green technologies, we confer the positive law of unrated diversification, and we further find a negative co-moderating effect of regional policy support as shown in the column 2, but a positive moderating effect of the EU policy support as shown in the form column. And but for the national policy support, we only find a 10% significant level for the positive moderating effect. So it's really clear to see the negative moderating effect of regional policy support for the left from the left figure, and the unrated diversification creates less positive impact on the probability of the emergence of new specialization in green technologies when the regional dominant party increased to 6.52% of their preference to support environmental protection. And in contrast, the EU funding can exert a positive moderating effect when ERDF funding as a share of GDP is increased to 0.52%. So we finally have a brief summary for our findings that we emphasize that rated diversification facilitates the intensification of specialization in green technologies because of a higher cognitive proximity, which is good for knowledge sharing and spillover across complementary sectors. And also a stronger effect is found when rated diversification in a high aggregated technology category with a higher overlap across technology classes. And the regions that cover diverse and unrated technologies are more likely to exert technological breakthrough, and the environmental support from region weakens the positive effect of unrated diversification on green technological development because the lobbying activities cannot bear huge financial stress for developing technological breakthrough. And we finally highlighted the spending provided by European Commission strengthens the positive impact of the recombination of both rated and unrated technologies on the specialization in green technologies. But it cannot work in a highly competitive environment. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening. I'm so great to receive any comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was also good in timekeeping. So, some question. It was also an interesting topic. What do you see from the results? Are there inside Europe in this green specialization the classical Western-Eastern differences, or besides them are there also Northern-Southern differences? So, for example, is it right that, for example, Northern Europe is much more developed in that case than, for example, Southern Europe?
Yeah, we further investigated the green specialization in the regions in developing countries and developed countries, and we've also examined the unrated technologies and the rated technologies have a different impact on green specialization between these two kinds of regions. So we found that for the developing countries, the regions in developing countries, the rated diversification can make a bigger difference for the incremental innovation for the green technologies.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I again thank you very much for the presentation and also for timekeeping. It was really interesting. And then I am asking the next presenter to hold the presentation. If am I right, then the next presenter will be Jacek Czesinski with the title "Obstacles in Implementation of Circular Economy: Occurrence of Market Failure, Case Study of Lodz Region." Sorry if I bad pronounced your name.
Okay, so hello, my name is Jacek Honzyński. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hard to say. And I work with Jagoda Adamus, my colleague, for the University of Łódź, Institute of Urban and Regional Studies and Planning. And on behalf of myself and my colleagues, co-authors of this presentation, I'd like to present you the results of our research on market failures, limiting the possibilities of implementing circular economy in the Łódź region. This is the part of a broader project named Frontship, which aims to develop holistic solutions for a new paradigm of circular territorial economy. This project is financed by the European Union from the horizon of 2020 program. In my presentation, I will start by showing the theoretical background. Next, I will present the aim of our research and its assumptions. And next, after that, I will go to the description of the research methods and results of this research. And finally, at the end of my presentation, I will present our research main conclusions. Okay, so. Let's me introduce a few words about our theoretical background. Shortly speaking, when the allocation of resources is not efficient and is not Pareto optimal, we say about market failures. And the most often categories of market failures are public goods, externalities, imperfect competition, incompleteness of the market, and information asymmetry. But this is, of course, this is not a full of the full list of market failures. Types, others add to this list also, for example, incomplete property rights or transactions costs. Okay. On the other hand, the most common categories of barriers in circular economy are technological, economic, institutional, and social. On this slide, you can see more, of course. And for the purposes of our research, we assume that barriers that occurred in circular economy can be identified with classic market failures. We link the individual categories of threats noticed in classical market failures and individual barriers in CE. And this connection illustrates the figure on the slide. And this was a starting point for our research. And now the research and its results. Aim of our research was to identify market failure limiting the implementation of the circular economy and to assess the level of their occurrence in the Łódź region. It lets ask the following research questions. First, which market failures have the most significant negative impact on the circular economy implementation process in the Łódź region? Second one, is there a differentiation in the level of market failures among the different groups of stakeholders or local and regional actors, we can say? Third one, what are the reasons for market failures limiting the implementation of the circular economy in the Łódź region? And the last one, what changes should be introduced to reduce the occurrence of market failures, limiting the possibility of implementing a circular economy in the Łódź region? Sorry. Okay. To evaluate the existence of market failure in the Łódź region, we made two assumptions. First of all, for Łódź region, it's appropriate to investigate market failures in classical categories. The economy, it's because the economy of Łódź region is still traditional and is in process of transition to CE, to circular economy. Secondly, we consider the Friesland region in the Netherlands as a reference group. It's because Friesland is as one of the most circular regions in Europe should be treated as a pattern for other regions which want to be, of course, circular. The research was conducted among 4 groups: business, government, academy, and society, which we consider as leading actors in the market. And our choice is based on the quadruple helix model. And to achieve the aim of our research, we conducted 2-stage research. First, quantitative stage, online survey conducted among representatives of 4 mentioned groups, so business, government, academy, and society. But I have to add that a separate survey was prepared for each group. Yes, for the respondents rated the level of occurrence of market failures on a 5-point scale. And the selection of these respondents was purposeful. They were specialists in the circular economy. On the slide, you can see example of the matrix we which we prepared for our research. It was constructed based on the connection between market failures and barriers in CE. And I think that now it's, yes, what's the time? Yes, is the highest time to presentation our results or results of our research. And I will start with companies' perspective. Entrepreneurs from which region pointed out that the biggest problem was the existing legislation and its interpretation and application by public institutions. As we predicted from the perspective of companies in the Friesland region, the situation looks better in all types of market failures. The results shows the figure in bottom left corner of this slide. From the perspective of universities and scientific and research institutions, figure in the right bottom corner, the most common market failures are externalities and incompleteness of the market. In the Friesland region, the level of market failure is 3.5, and in the Łódź region is 3.3. In both cases, the last problematic market failure was imperfect competition, with the level of market failures on the 2.3. What's important in this research group, the results obtained in both regions were the least divergent. Two more perspectives. And the third, this is perspective from this perspective of society, and I would like to say that a study among representatives of society showed that critical market failures is in the Łódź region is.
Sorry, we have 1 minute left.
Okay, incompleteness of the market and information asymmetry, and on the other hand, the last problematic were externalities. So conclusions. First, referring to research question 1, it can be concluded that the Łódź region is only at the beginning of building a circular economy. So all types of market failures are identified and are occurring at a comparable level. The most significant market failures were externalities and public goods, what you can see on the slide. And the Łódź region's weaknesses are improper legal regulations and insufficient cooperation. And the weakness of legal regulation is due to their high variability and the lack of precision, which allows for a great deal of arbitrary interpretation. Okay, maybe next one question, answering for next one research question number 2. Differences in the assessment of market failures among research groups were noticeable, but they are less significant than we thought. The highest level we found in the group of companies. It could be because they are the most active, most exposed, and the least protected from the effects of the market failures. In both regions, the highest differences in the assessment of market failures level occurred in a group of governments, and its consequence of more expanded experience, more favorable and developed law regulations, and awareness of the need to implement CE in the Friesland region than in Łódź region. Okay, so in concerning research question 3, in the case of Łódź region, the high occurrence of market failures is mainly due to the current stage of the economy, which is in the transition phase from a traditional, as I said, from traditional to a circular economy. The main market failures that are limiting the possibilities of slowing down this process include the following: public goods externalities and imperfect competitions. And the last one question, research question. In order to limit market failures and the effect of their occurrence on the circular economy market, multi-dimensional and consistent changes are necessary. They should be a comprehensive process. They should be not disconnected, not incidental actives only. As part of this process, a few elements of the circular economy development support system should be prepared and implemented. Firstly, as you can see, an effective system of legal regulations and institutional solutions, encouraging potential actors to take the right actions or punish for breaking the existing rules. Secondly, a set of good practices linked to a system of cooperation. Thirdly, system for monitoring emerging from market failures, and the last one, an education system that continuously increases the awareness of all participants of the circular economy. And I think that I should stop. So that's all. Thank you for your attention, and feel free for ask some questions if you want, of course.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the others? We have in the chat box one question. How did you define circular economy?
Okay.
So I think that we chose the most popular definition of circular economy, which was proposed by Ellen MacArthur Foundation. But I think that I will not tell you this definition now. So,
but I can find.
musisz poszukać.
Give me a second. I'm going to find to find our definition, which we prepared for our research frontship, of course, this broader project. And the circular economy is based on 3 principles driven by design: eliminate waste and pollutions, circulate products and materials, and regenerate nature. Yes, and the circular economy is a system of solution framework that tackles global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, waste, and pollutions. But I'm still looking for our definition.
So we mainly based on this definition,
Yes.
Created by Ellen MacArthur Foundation.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. I have also a really quick question to hold the time or to keep the time. My question is that what do you think are the results or in which extent are the results generalizable for other cities? Because you have made a reference also to the Friesland region, but how these results can be done, for example, for other countries, regions?
Okay, our assumption is to find differences between Łódź and pattern Friesland region, and we will try to prepare our system of okay.
Okay, so maybe I will start from the end. Generally, this project Frontship is concentrated on creating a circular economy cluster. So our aim was to prepare some kind of good practice to prepare such clusters not only in Lodz region but also in other regions in Europe. So we started from let's say some kind of diagnosis, what is wrong in our region, in which region, and this is our starting point. So we think that this kind of methodology can be implemented also in other regions, and it's also our aim. So now we make some research in Łódź region and Friesland, but we also want to do some research in Portuguese, and I think that in Greece also. So this is our beginning of the project, and we start in such way.
Yes, this is the first year of this project.
Okay, thank you very much, and then good luck to this the same. Okay, I think we can go on, and then I'm asking the next presenter, Boris Portnov, to hold the Smart City Identification Empirical Criteria titled presentation.
So I hope it works. So we're moving from regional issues to urban issues. We're talking about the criteria for smart city identification. I just say a few words about why it was needed. Because now every city wants to be smart, because the alternative to being smart is being stupid. No one wants to be stupid, and all cities want people to come and pay money to local municipalities. That's why they want to be smart. The smarter they get, they probably more people they will come and pay the money as taxes. So every city wants to be smart, but question is how to determine that city A is smarter than city B, and how to monitor progress of CTA towards smartness. So when we tried to figure out, and we found that there's no finalized list of criteria, no convincing list of criteria which can help to classify a city as smart. So this void we were trying to fill. So that's what we did in this respect. So let's first know about smart city topic. It's tremendously popular now. Every year there are millions and millions of entries and searches and people looking for smart cities and researchers and decision makers. Everybody wants to understand what smartness means. So you see it's an upward trend and it never stops. And transition is emerging trend, as we understand, but there are lack of empirical criteria, which, as I already told, so it's no specific criteria or convincing list of criteria which can help to determine a city or define a city as smart. So that's why we were trying to fill this void. And so their study has two simple objectives. First, to develop a short list of empirical criteria for smart city identification. And the second, to demonstrate the performance of the proposed identification system by means of empirical analysis. So very simple task. But in order to develop criteria or to estimate, to set a set of criteria, we first need to suggest some empirical, some operational definition of smart cities. And there are maybe more than 40 definitions in the literature, and all are different. That's why we preferred our own definition. Then you might not agree or might disagree with it, but we find this definition is operationally suitable for this research. Smart cities are cities that balance economic, environmental, societal advances in order to serve their residents through a widespread introduction of information communication technologies and other technological tools. What's important in this definition is that cities should serve their residents, not to serve IST. And second, that should balance environmental, economic, and social advances. So it's the three components of sustainability. So according to his definition, certain feature contributes to city smartness only if it serves needs and falls inside of one of three components of sustainability. So if it doesn't serve quality of life, doesn't help to achieve advanced quality of life, according to our definition, is not a feature which contributes to smart city, to making cities smart. So there are basically two models. The traditional model, which has the three components, sustainability on top of quality of life. We rearrange this model differently. So the three components of sustainability, quality of life in the core. So if each of these components share this quality of life issue, helps to improve quality of life residents and contributes, according to our definition, to smart cities. If it doesn't, then simply technological measures which had nothing to do with smart cities, and it's this phenomena. So analysis will carried out in several stages. First stage was Prisma search. You might know this idea. Prisma is a systematic search approach which we use to identify criteria used in literature. Then we rank the criteria according to frequency of their use in the literature, and we filter out criteria which not directly relevant to human welfare. Then we classify these criteria into three categories and form out at the end, the short list of criteria which can be used to identify cities as smart. So, okay, so that's Prisma. You might be familiar, might not be familiar with. It's a great tool which helps to search literature according to predefined set of criteria, and everybody can use same criteria, get exactly the same results, not something different. So we start with definitional criteria, object, alternative terms, modifiers, things like that, and then you write down the search string and then use the string to identify criteria. Basically, we wanted to see what empirical study we're using, and we identify initially 2022 papers and filtered them out, selected relevant paper. We ended up with 51 papers which use empirical criteria for smart city identification. Okay, move forward. So temporal trend, we see that first is thing we see, that there are more and more papers every year on smart city criteria. So it's only papers that deal with criteria, it's not smart cities per se. So criteria for identification have more and more papers every year, which could have been expected. Then when we try to split this criteria topically, then we find the math computer, most studies or most criteria fall into this computer science and engineering. So IST tools basically, and very few in environmental side of this tripartite sustainability component. So they're basically the technical issues these criteria we're dealing with. Then we classify this criteria into different groups, subgroups, and we identify 48 criteria which were used by empirical studies so far to identify the city as smart. Most of them are dealing with economy technology, as I told, and a few criteria were dealing with society and very few with environment, and where it was quite surprising for us. And then we identify quantitative metrics, whichever is highlighted in red, that means they serve somehow residents, which are not highlighted in red, the technological measures, so they didn't pass our second criteria. We see a list of many simply technological measures, not related to human welfare. So we returned to this model which I showed you before. So we wanted to have equal representation of three components of sustainability. In each criteria which falls into one of the three components should serve quality of life. It doesn't answer this condition, doesn't belong to one of these sustainability components, or doesn't serve. But so we excluded this criteria basically. It was a very simple idea. So we selected, we rank each criteria according to frequency used and split them into three groups. Basically, economy and technology, society and environment. And you see this list of criteria which most frequently used. They fall one of three groups and they serve needs of residents. So what was important for us? And then we use this criteria to rank several cities and compare their performance. And we saw that it's really actually working. So we compare Dubai and London and see assign grade from 1 to 5 for each criteria, how much is a city satisfied this particular criteria, and we saw differences. So this system is responsive actually. And then we did the same exercise over more than 100 main cities which claim to be smart, and we managed to classify them according to the proposed index of smartness, and that size and color is actually a level of smartness. So I'm about to finish. So we have conclusion. The previous study was aimed to determine the comprehensive set of criteria that can help to distinguish between smart cities, the rest of our localities, and assess the city progress towards smartness while focusing on human centricity. It's very important. And if its criteria doesn't advance human needs, it's worthless, basically, according to our approach. And had a potential impact of light quality of urban residents. So proposed identification system includes 9 identification criteria, equally representing 3 main dimensions of sustainability, economy, technology, environment. So 9 criteria altogether, 3 criteria in each group, and each of them is directly relevant to improving quality of life of residents. So that's our most important condition. This is just a classification ranking system differ from traditional categorization, in which some categories containing more metrics than other, while many metrics are too general technological measures, which are not directly relevant to human welfare. So all our system based on direct relevance to human welfare, equal representation of sustainability. Almost done. So if you want to read more about that, criteria, application, testing, I had a paper published this year, so on this, so on sustainability, and that's paper reference. And I don't know if it's provided to conference delegates, but it can be used read. It's free access to everyone. So if you have questions, I've finished saying thank you very much, and that's my email if you want to contact me. I don't promise to answer, but I do my best to do it. Thank you again for your attention to this presentation. Yes, please, if you have questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for timekeeping. Also, today I was thinking, I have a question. It was really interesting.
I'll be glad to answer, yes.
And we have also research in the University of Miskolc regarding smart cities, so it's really interesting, and I will read your publication because
there's several of them now, because my students working very hard on this and have a different papers and submitted and published, and yes, okay, yes.
Yes, and my question is that regarding the map that we have seen in the last slides somewhere, are there any differences in the different geographical locations? So, for example, are the European cities performing better, or the Asian cities, or are there any differences?
Well, what we found that by the term smart cities, every region, basically region or continent, understands something else.
Yes.
Europe placed more emphasis on society, and Northern Europe on environment. Middle East and the United States place more emphasis on technology. And Far East is a combination of things. They pay attention to everything. But basically, I think it's not correct approach. It's nothing of smart city that should be neglected. Not environmental issue, not technological issue. Should be equally represented. That's what we advocate in our approach. But most important of the core of our identification system is relevance to human welfare, because the smart cities are commonly now misunderstood as something which places which are filled with technological issues, technological tools and advances and anything. Do they serve the needs of people, or simply serve maybe a local municipality, or don't serve the technological company? No one knows. So if your criteria, we want to use a solid and operational and effective criteria, we need to, in my view, we need to put emphasis on human needs. So if the resident needs are satisfied by this particular tool, it contributes. If it doesn't satisfy, it's something else. I don't say it's bad. It's simply else. It's it.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, and it's also somewhere the main thought about this pentahelix approach, which thinks that these bottom-up initiatives are quite important, because these developments should address somehow the needs of the inhabitants.
It's very, but another thing I learned from this study that we need to have something very simple system, and should be universal and equally representing and easy to calculate. But otherwise, simply everyone can say, okay, our city is very smart, the smartest of all. But it's not the case. Simply need to have some more, like something in the survey. We are currently in the recession, or we're not in the recession. There are a certain number of very, very simple criteria. So we need to have something universal for smart city identification, and all the regions should use it. Then they see the R rank, and then they say, okay, this part should be improved in order to achieve greater smartness. So this part is already achieved, so we don't need to do anything about it.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers. I think,
my pleasure to be in this conference, and the first time I'm on the East European Regional Science Conference, and I'm really impressed by its quality, and I hope I will be able to participate in the future in your events. Guys, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Bye.
And last but not least, I will hold my presentation. Okay, thank you very much. So my presentation will be about, or is entitled, Effects of Economic and Social Shocks of the 2000s on the gross value added in Central Eastern Europe. Sorry, I also start the time measuring also for me. As I have mentioned in the beginning, I am working in the University of Miskolc in Faculty of Economics and the Institute of World and Regional Economics. And this topic is dealing with the patterns of gross value added inside Central Eastern Europe. If we are checking the table of content, then we can see that after a brief introduction about the aim of the research, I will tell you something about inequalities and the situation of some crisis situation. And after that, I will show you some former or previous research results, and I will summarize the results coming from this study. If we are tracking the territorial inequalities, then we can see that in nowadays Europe, it's a very critical issue, and they are also very significant problems in nowadays Europe, because there are not two regions in the space which have the same characteristics, which have the same initial conditions, and that's why in the long run it can result with huge differences. And of course, the crises are making huge effects on the development of countries and regions. And these effects are not the same for every country and every region, because it's depending on the types of crisis and also on the initial conditions of the regions and economies, and it's also connected with their resilience in the long run. So the objective of this study was to analyze the effects of 2000 economic and financial shocks, for example, the economic and financial crisis of 2008-9 and the current pandemic situation on 3 Central Eastern European countries. Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary was researched in this topic. Poland was excluded right now from this analysis, but I will make it in the next research. I will also include Poland. So some words about the theory of inequalities and crisis. So from the beginning and from the definitions of absolute and conditional convergence of regions, many research have dealt with the issue that how the territorial inequalities are raising inside Europe, and what kind of effects or what kind of factors can influence these types of convergence processes. And also the European Commission have made some analysis about that, and they have thought that since 2000 the disparities among the member states have been declining, but across the regions these inequalities are increasing, because, for example, in 2019 there was a 48-fold difference between the richest and the poorest region inside Europe. And inside this 3-country area, which I have researched, these differences are 7-fold. Between the most developed Prague region and the least developed Nógrád County in Hungary, these differences are 7-fold. So very huge also in this relatively small area. And also the crisis have made significant effects on the solution or on the development of regional inequalities, because after the 2008-9 crisis, there was a decade of rapid convergence inside Europe, but the impacts of COVID-19 have also highlighted that these inequalities are widening based on the research of the OECD. And I have also made some research regarding crisis and regarding gross value added, because as an effect of 2008-9 crisis, we have seen that in Central Eastern Europe, the most developed regions had bigger problems, and in there the GDP have declined much more bigger than, for example, in the peripheral countries. And some territories can increase also their GDPs inside the crisis, but the biggest problems can be found also in Central Eastern Europe. So this region is quite interesting to research. Regarding the gross value added, I have analyzed previously in an article which was published this year, the disparities of gross value added across the 3 regions of Europe. I have made 2 different time periods, 2004 and 2015. And here in these maps, you can see the differences, how they were changing in time. And we can see that the most significant changes happened in the eastern part of the EU, mainly in the territory of the new member states. And some Polish and some Romanian regions had the most intensive development, while the least developed areas can be found also in Central Eastern Europe, in Romania and in Bulgaria. And we have to note that the metropolitan regions have significant contribution to the dispersion of gross value added inside Europe. So the analysis of these metropolitan regions can be also really interesting. Regarding the methodology and data, so as I have mentioned in the beginning, the time frame was between 2005 and 2020. The indicator which I have checked was the gross value added, and 3 countries from Central Eastern Europe were analyzed in that 3 level. And the applied methodology was some descriptive statistics, convergence analysis, and spatial autocorrelation analysis. So let's see the results. The first results regarding the descriptive statistics is that in the extreme values, so in the maximum and minimum values of among the regions, there was not so significant change as an effect of the crisis, because also before the crisis, the least developed region was Nógrád County inside Hungary, and it was not changed also until 2020. Only one small change happened because Budapest had lost positions compared to the region of Prague as an effect of the 2008-9 crisis. And after that, Prague is the leader among this 3-country area regarding the maximum values, but no other changes happened in their distribution. After that, I have checked the distributions a little bit more detailed and have seen that generally the Czech regions and the Western Slovakian and Western Hungarian regions are the most developed ones regarding the gross value added. And from 2005 to 2020, some changes happened in their distribution because also the Košice region had some development from 2005, and it's in another cluster compared to the initial year. But also some other Slovakian regions have performed well, while, for example, the Hungarian regions were lagging behind the other group of regions. If we go on, then it's quite a huge table, but the notes between the table are most important. So I have analyzed how the crisis have affected the gross value added inside the net 3 countries, how it was changing from year to year, and what kind of development or change happened in their position. And I have seen that first, in case of the economic and financial crisis, the first wave have resulted huge dropbacks in the county level gross value added. In many of the regions, we have experienced more than 10% decrease from one year to the other. Mostly the Hungarian counties were underperforming, while only one region could maintain a positive development in this time frame. It was the region of Bratislava. In the second wave of the crisis, whole Slovakia and 6 Hungarian counties can be show positive tendencies. So in their case, the gross value added was increasing. Also in the second wave of the crisis among the European debt crisis. And however, the biggest problems was also in Hungary and in some Czech countries. Regarding the pandemic situation's first year, so the short-term effects, we could see that one county from each country remains positive, so they can maintain their positive tendencies, but the strongest hit happened in Hungary and in the Czech Republic through the first year of the crisis. It's also presented in this maps, but because of the shortage of time, I will not talk about these figures, but rather I will go on with one slide because it's much more interesting. I have also analyzed the convergence among this three country area with three methods: the sigma, beta, and the gamma convergence methodology. The sigma convergence has showed that from year to year there are changing results and processes, but if we are checking the whole time frame, then we can conclude that there was an intra-country level in Slovakia and in Hungary. There was a sigma convergence, so the differences were decreasing in time, while in the Czech Republic it was a sigma divergence, which means increasing inequalities. Regarding the three-country area, it was a sigma convergence, so the peripheral regions could a little bit catch up. Regarding beta convergence, here we can see that both in Hungary and Slovakia, the beta convergence was verified, so the differences were decreasing, while in the Czech Republic and in the three-country area, it was a beta divergence. And if we are checking the gamma convergence, which is measuring the rank changes of the territories among the countries and among the three-country area, then we can see that in both levels from 2005 to 2020, it was a gamma convergence, so in every examined territorial level. I have also checked the spatial autocorrelation with local G cluster maps, and we have seen that the spatial autocorrelation is significant, so the neighborhood effects matter also inside this three-country area regarding the gross value added, but as an effect of the crisis, no significant changes happened as an effect of that crisis situation, and the spatial autocorrelation patterns were quite the same from the beginning until 2020, so it doesn't affected the patterns of spatial autocorrelation. And as a conclusion, I have to make some comments for this analysis. So the results are showing that these 2000s shocks are quite different. They are making different effects on the territories of this three-country area. Some areas can develop their value added also through the crisis situation, and the convergence analysis are showing that the sigma convergence was realized among the countries and also inside the three-country area, but beta convergence only inside Hungary and Slovakia. The spatial autocorrelation was not affected by the crisis situation, and it's also worth to note that the first and second wave of the economic and financial crisis and the pandemics have made unequal effects on the countries of this region, which enlarged further the spatial differences. And thank you for the attention, and I am ready for your question. I see a question in the chat box. So is there any specific policy implication for regions in these three countries? I think yes. The most important implication is that the different counties in different development stage should be dealt a little bit differently, and a specific policy should be created according the conditions and characteristics of these counties, because we can see that the different initial conditions, different, for example, sectoral distribution inside these counties is making different effects by a crisis situation. So we have to check that which solutions or which strategies are working with these special categories. Another question is coming. Are you continuing with your research for current years? Yes, of course. I will make the analysis also further. As I have mentioned, I try to include also Poland, and then I will create a complete V4 analysis, and also I will include the next years of or the next year of pandemic situation, because until now the dates are only made for 2020, so only the first year could be covered, but of course I will extend it for other years. Okay, thank you. So if not, then I think I have only one issue left, that to thank everybody the presentations, and for keeping the time and have questions and comments. So from my side, thank you very much for today's very interesting section.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Otto Hudec from Košice, from Slovakia. Shall we start the session 4? The title of the session is Urban and Regional Development, which is very broad topic. And as I am checking the names who are in the room, so I can see that all the presenters are here. So I can see Rashid Saji, I can see George Vida, and I can see Piotr Gibas, and also I could see Luis Fernando de la Macora Cano. So I tried to pronounce your names well, so I hope it was not so bad. So we have 5 presentations in this session, and the time is rather limited, so everybody has just maximum of 13 minutes for his or her presentation. So everybody is familiar with the rules of the session, and also I would like to thank you to technical support, which is working really well in Poznan. So my feeling about the technical organization is really very positive and very good. So I'm the chair of this session, and at the same time I will be the first presenter. So I will try to share. No, if I prefer, may I share my presentation? Is it okay? Thanks. So the title of the research is Advancement and New Spatial Patterns of the Creative Sector in the Old Industrial Structure. This is the joint work with my colleagues from the NGO Creative Industry Košice, which is the NGO run by the city of Košice. So it belongs to public administration. Those two, my colleagues Slavomir and Zsofia, are researchers working in this NGO. And of course, we 3 of us work together on a large project of urban innovation action in Košice. And that's why we have quite a lot of time and duties working with the data about the city of Košice. And this is the reason why quite a large part of the research is devoted to the city of Košice and its environment. Also, the topic is very related to the title of the conference, Central European Conference of Regional Science, because this is an evolutionary approach to check what has happened in Slovakia and in some parts of the Slovakia over the last 30 years. And we are thinking about the spatial restructuring of the economic activities in the country. And we know that the economic landscape is very uneven and spiky, thanks to the works of Rodriguez Pose or Richard Florida and the others. And what we can see that in 1989, when there was a revolution, it was not so. So we just celebrated 17th of November, the start of the revolution in Czechoslovakia at that times. And at that times, in communist times, there was a central planning committee, and the country had the possibility to organize spatial planning and spatial locations of all kinds of state firms, because all the firms were just state firms, there were no private firms. And the result was that actually the central committee was following some rules or methods of crystal or central place postulates. So the country was organized into districts. Each district named Okres had a central town, and it was a pole of development. And then 10 or 15 districts together formed a regional capital. Also, the region was named after this regional capital. So the title in Slovak was Kraj, or also in Czech. But so that was centrally planned organization of economic activities in the country. So when we think about spatial autocorrelation, so it might be very similar to a random organization or uniform organization of the economic activities. But then in 1990, when the market mechanism was involved or induced, so we can check what kind of new organization in space of economic activities can be manifested. So we have some ideas that the hypothesis that from the former uniform organization of the economic activities, the result might be concentration of economic activities in some larger cities. So there are several other phenomena that needs to be taken into account. So in communist times, there was massive industrialization. Even in the times of 60s, when there was in Western countries already deindustrialization happening, still the countries or post-communist countries today were involved in massive industrialization. Just in the city of Košice, for example, just in 1960 was formed the metallurgy combinate as the main factory in the eastern Slovakia. So now the question is, how can we measure the changes in economic organization and spatial organization? And then the GDP is not enough, and then even with GDP we cannot go to more detailed scale. We just can check or measure GDP of the regions, larger regions. And that's why we use the economic complexity approach. So this Hidalgo approach, there is a kind of algorithm we can find in R, an algorithm how to measure or how to calculate economic complexity. It measures all kinds of dynamics, interactions between different economic agents, including households, businesses, governments. And that's why this economic complexity approach can be used as an estimate of the future development. So that's why the economic complexity is a very important possibility to check the potential of a region or of a city for the future. We will go from the country level to the urban rural comparison, and after that to micro location of the creative industries. So when checking the economic complexity of the districts of Slovakia, so it's 79 of districts in Slovakia. So here we can see the best performing districts in Slovakia in 2020, and also the development of the index of economic complexity. So it's really visible that there is the high preference or highest values of economic complexity can be found in the 5 districts of Bratislava, which became in 1993 the capital of a new country of Slovakia. And after Bratislava, then we can see some districts which are neighboring Bratislava region. So we can see some spread effects of the Bratislava as a capital. Only after that we can find some districts of the Košice as the metropolis of the eastern Slovakia, and some other regional metropolises, for example, Banská Bystrica and some others. So we can see that there is some concentration of the economic complexity around the capital of Bratislava and also around some regional centers. So for us, the most important now is check where is the location of Bratislava as the new capital of the country. So this is the Bratislava in the left lower corner of the country, and the Košice 4 districts are here with the 5th one, Košice surrounding region. So this is very important to understand the spatial differences, disparities in the country. So the first very important is the location of Bratislava which is very eccentric and neighboring the Vienna and Austria, and more developed parts also of the Hungarian and Czech Republic, where in the situation of Eastern Slovakia, so this neighboring country is Ukraine, then Northern Hungary, and then Poland. And that's why the gradient of the development or economic growth is different in comparison to Italy, for example, where we can see this north-south gradient. The same works for Slovakia as west-east gradient. So the more you go to the west, the higher is the development today. And if you can measure by Moran-I index the spatial, the economic complexity of the districts, so we can see that from 1990 through 2000, 2010, and 2020, so we can see how with the Bratislava as a new capital of the country, of a new country, Slovakia, is becoming a center of economic complexity. So before, thanks to uniform spatial organization, the economic complexity was located in all parts of the Slovakia in the regional centers. Now we can see the concentration of the complexity not just in Bratislava, but already also in its neighboring regions, neighboring districts, thanks to spread effects of the Bratislava region. And then the city of Košice, which was located by some other districts, surrounded by some other district with quite high economic complexity, it's becoming just one very small point of the economic complexity in the eastern part of Slovakia. So this is the process of self-organization, and this can be explained very well by centripetal and centrifugal forces when Bratislava was a center of economic complexity, but then the centrifugal or spread forces made possible also to spread the economic complexity to other districts which were near to Bratislava, which are located near to Bratislava. And this is quite interesting because the spatial correlation by Moran-I index is showing that really in 1990, the spatial autocorrelation was really so low, so it was really very close to uniform organization of economic activities, but gradually in 30 years, this index is increasing. So then we see that the picture of Bratislava and Košice is quite different. And the Košice is worth to study also what is happening in the city of Košice, why the Košice is not able to follow the example of the Bratislava as the capital. And then we can see the urban and rural clash. So this is the city of Košice consisting of 4 districts, and there is the surrounding Košice, Okolie is the name of the district surrounding Košice. And here we can see what is happening in economic complexity in this scale. So now we are going to the level of the municipalities. And then we can see that there is a prevailing backward forces in these areas surrounding Košice, because more and more, so this is the city, this is the urban area of the city of Košice, then more and more activities is located to the city of Košice, and so this works like a sponge, so to say. And if we can see the spatial autocorrelation, of course, we had the differences of economic complexity between urban and rural areas. That's true. So we started from 0.4, but we can see also increasing difference between the urban and rural areas in the surrounding of the city of Košice. And this is a tricky situation for the city of Košice because it's really getting to be only one growth pole, and there is not enough forces from outside of the Košice to support the development in the eastern part of the Košice. But now we are starting to thinking about a creative class. So there is still some industrial culture in Slovakia. So Czech Republic and Slovakia have the highest proportion of employment in industry in the whole Europe. And this is true also for the Eastern Slovakia. And that's why the question is how what is the situation of services and especially creative industries in the eastern part of Slovakia, or in Slovakia, and especially in the city of Košice. And if you check the locations of all the firms in creative industries in the city of Košice and the surrounding areas, so in 2020, so there is quite exclusive location of the creative industries in the central part of the city of Košice, so in the old town and Košice North and so on. And there is a really very clear difference between the urban and rural areas in terms of location, the creative industries. And that's why we go to the most possible detailed part. It's a micro location of the creative industries. And we think that there can be some factors of locations, and there can be also some heterogeneity between the different parts of the creative industries. That's why we focus on 3 parts or 3 segments of the creative industry sector, that is culture and arts, ICT firms, R&D entities, and we use the database of all the companies and freelancers in Slovakia. And we use the autoregressive Darwin's model of spatial autocorrelation, and we use the neighborhood of the companies, and we check whether in neighborhood of a company in creative industries there are also some other companies, because we know, or we hypothesize that the creative companies would like to have also some other creative companies in the neighborhood. And then we can check what was happening with evolution of the creative companies in the last 4 periods, and we can recognize the one wave of the ICT companies that were increasing in the city of Košice, especially in the period 2006 to 2012. And then Košice was European Capital of Culture 2013. So we can see some increase of creative companies in the culture and art in the city of Košice. Because of shortage of time, I just want to say, so we wanted to check what kind of decision location factors exist for the 3 segments for the trinity of creative companies in the city of Košice. And the result of the model is that the art, so the direct effects are so within the 1 kilometer square, indirect effects in the more neighborhoods, so there are neighboring adjacent cells to the 1 by 1 kilometer square. And we can see significant positive effects. So the people and cultural arts want to be located close to each other. Also, in R&D. The only difference is with ICT companies, which prefer to be located not so close to other ICT companies. And all of them prefer to be located in the urban areas, in the connected city, in the urban built areas. This is a higher preference than to be located to the green or the blue areas. The only so just ICT companies, they're usually more rich than people in the art and culture, and they can find some locations for the economic activities which are not close to, for example, pathways or transportation infrastructure. Because I don't have so much time, I think we can see that there is a really large dynamics in spatial reconstruction of the country of Slovakia, and we can see by economic complexity index what might be happening in the country in the future, and this country is going to have a problem with the regional disparities because of this, and now we can manifest also that there is a new equilibrium of the spatial concentration of the different kind of economic activities. And we can see that after 30 times what has happened to the country, what has happened also to urban and rural relations in the case of the Bratislava and the city of Košice, and also the rising rising creative industries and also creative class in the cities, which is making some new future for the future development of the cities. So thank you for your attention, and now it's time for questions if you are interested. So you can write down your question, or you can raise your hand and you can ask your questions. And let's go to the second presentation. The presenter is Rashid Saji. Is it okay, my pronunciation? So the title of your presentation is Industrial Policy and Business Geography in Morocco towards a balanced territorial development. So now I can see you are from Meknes.
Yes, hi everyone.
Historical one.
So my name is Rashid Sadgi. Almost right pronunciation. So I will begin. My presentation is about industrial policy and business geography here in Morocco, and I will try to analyze it in the level of balanced, imbalanced territorial development here in Morocco. So my presentation will be structured around the following points. So we will begin with some introduction and context here, and the context of research here in Morocco, and then I will pose my research questions in the second point, third point. So I have changed my presentation, but I see here that it's okay. I will do with this presentation. And the fourth point is about the methodology and the data collection. My results and discussion of my results will be in the fifth point, and I will finish with some conclusions and perspectives of my research. So to begin with the context here in Morocco. So from the independence, Morocco has experienced different economic programs and plans. So I will not discuss them all, but I will just have to say that from 2000, there is a lot of plans that have been, we say, established, and the common points of between these all programs is that all try to promote agglomerations of enterprises and promote clusters here in Morocco. But we consider that the management or the management of these policies was centralized and doesn't take into account some specificities and the diversification of sectoral activities in different provinces and regions here in Morocco. So in order to discuss these problems and try to answer some questions, we structured these answers in three main questions here. So in the first we say if agglomeration economies explain the way manufacturing industries are geographically distributed. Secondly, we'll see if the local industrial structure explain the level of agglomerations of manufacturing industries at the level of Moroccan provinces. And thirdly and finally, we discuss how policy support of clusters should be for manufacturing clusters here in Morocco. So I will not discuss this because in theory, as you know, we accept that the distribution of firms is justified by agglomeration economies and spatial interactions. So concerning my methodology and data collection, so the objective here, before discussing industrial policy, the objective is not to focus on labeled cluster by the government here in Morocco, but will try to identify these agglomerations using some techniques and methods. And to do so, we are using or we use the annual surveys of processing industries here made by the Ministry of Industry here in Morocco. And the data we have part of 19 sectors, manufacturing sectors, of course, activities. And concerning the administrative organization here in Morocco, I have just to point that we have 12 regions and 75 provinces. So my analysis will just focus of these two levels because in Morocco we have also a third level of communes, but I don't have enough data in this third level, so my analysis will just be reserved to the 12 regions and 75 provinces. So techniques, we will use the techniques for explanatory spatial data analysis, and we will calculate as Professor Otto did lately the global moral index, and then the local indicator for spatial analysis also in the first time, and then we will specify a we specified spatial econometric models, specifically the spatial error models to explain the determinants of these agglomerations here in Morocco. So to begin with some results, some descriptive statistics, I have to say that our surveys here is about some 776 firms that employs some 566,444 employees. The level of industrial concentration here in Morocco, and we calculated some indexes that like Gini index that I haven't here in my presentation, but I have just this figure of Lorenz curve that proves that the way the manufacturing industries are distributed in Morocco, it's concentrated even for the number of establishments and for the number of employees. So the two variables we use to evaluate the level of concentration of these manufacturing industries here in Morocco. Okay, excuse me. So first, we can say using the results of the Lorenz curve and the Gini index in first stage that the sectoral analysis highlights the heterogeneous nature of distribution of manufacturing industry and its extreme polarization. At the regional level, we remark that there is a trend toward a diversification in the regions and province hosting the major regional and provincial metropolitan areas. Our results suggest suggest also that the idea of geographic polarization around the most developed economic regions here in Morocco, particularly the region of Casablanca, Stad, and Tangier, Tétouan, El Hoceima, and yeah, these two regions mainly. The problem with the first family of indexes is that they don't take into account the interaction between I would say spatial units. So to resolve this problem, we use the analysis of global autocorrelation and the global Moran index. And in this Moran dispersion diagrams, we can just interpret this plot of the line here, which is positive, which says to us that the level of autocorrelation in global is positive for our units. for our units and enterprises. For the two, and the left here is for the number of establishments, and in my right here it's for the number of employees. And then we came out, our results came out with some clusters or agglomeration called high agglomerations for different sectors and activities here, but we will focus on which we concern us in our research here is that the whole or the global majority of these sectors are concentrated in some limited number of provinces and regions here. You can see here, for example, that are practically all in the provinces of Casablanca, Nwassa Mohammedia, Marrakesh. There is some 5 provinces that englobe the total significant high agglomerations identified in our case here in Morocco. And then in the next step, we try to say, even if it's centripetal or centrifugal forces that are present in the case of Morocco. So to do so, we established the correlation matrix of the local indicator measure of Moran, and we try to establish our correlation coefficients. And in this table here, I try to summarize my results into positive or negative coefficients. So, for example, for the region of Casablanca, we say here that we have 90 positive coefficient and just 26 negative coefficients, which means that centripetal forces are more present than centrifugal forces, and we did so for the other regions. I have just to mention that these regions I take into account here just the regions in which we identified a high level of agglomerations. And then to explain the determinant of these agglomerations of manufacturing industries, we have specified, I said, it's here in French, excuse me, I used to present in French, it is the reason why. So we developed our model with an dependent variable here, which means the total number of manufacturing enterprises. And then we have some independent variable, SPU, for the index of specialization of province, and the diversification is the index of, we have calculated, of course, of provincial industry diversification, and then size, the size of manufacturing firms by province, and then the total manufacturing employment by province as independent variable also. And the last one is the number of contiguous provinces. So going to the results, we can also say that the diversification index and the size and also the total manufacturing employment are significant variables that explain the reason why agglomerations or manufacturing industries are agglomerated in certain provinces or regions or regions. Okay. So to be fast and discuss our results or to conclude, we can say that manufacturing companies here in Morocco are aware of the advantages offered by agglomeration economies and tend to collocate naturally. Second, manufacturing agglomerations are based on the effects of geographical proximity and spatial and sectorial interactions. I have just to precise that for our model, we take into account matrix of contiguity of the order one. Okay. The third conclusion is that clusters are not necessarily a Silicon Valley phenomenon, which characterize high-tech industries. So we showed that there is agglomerations, significant agglomerations of low-tech industries in our case. Also, we remark that there is a lack of link between industrial policy and balanced territorial development for some regions and provinces, as we showed it. I didn't have the map here in this presentation. I update it, but I can't use it in the map. We can say that the majority of agglomeration of spatial agglomerations are in the north and the west of Morocco, and for the south and the east there is practically nothing concerning the manufacturing industries. Also, some regions can trigger externalities of specialization and diversification, which is a condition of the creation of clusters effects. And here we can just say that the state, okay, and the government should not create clusters, but try to identify these cluster effects, and then to promote these dynamics in the provinces and regions. Otherwise, here in Morocco, I guess that we did otherwise by trying to create clusters. Think that we are not okay here in our paper and research. With regard to the regions hosting the most disadvantaged provinces of Morocco, the actions to be implemented must take into account their specificities. Yeah, we say that because in different plans here in Morocco, the industrial plans, we identified at the beginning some sectors and some activities or some les métiers mondiaux du Maroc, some professions and some sectors, privileged sectors, for example, automotive, textile, or offshoring.
Can you finalize your presentation, please?
Okay. Question of time. Okay, I'm already finished. So to finish, I will finish with some perspectives of my research. So we will try to study the distribution of industrial activities in Morocco at a lower level of sectoral aggregation, and also analyze our data of subsector collocation at a lower level of spatial aggregation, specifically with the commune level. One time we have data, and to examine the forces that can explain agglomeration patterns observed from dynamic perspectives, which means for different years. So it's all, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tariq, very much for the presenting of the presentation of Morocco from the point of view of concentration, specialization, and diversification.
Welcome to everyone. Our research focusing on economic restructuring and concentration in some selected Central and Eastern European regions. We working together with research team with Isabella Szakalné-Kanó and Imre Lengyel professor. We are working in University of Szeged, Faculty of Economic and Business Administration. And lastly, I would like to thank the amount of fund according to a National Excellence Program of Hungarian Ministry of Culture and Innovation. First of all, I would like to talk about theoretical background and a little bit context of our research, and after that I would like to talk about the spatial theoretical background. First of all, I would like to describe the policy-making aspects of our gross value added analysis, focusing on one of a very great indicator of long-term economic development is analyze the higher value added sectors. For instance, information and communication sector is very highly correlated to GDP and higher regional competitiveness. Next to this, we focusing and we see research focusing on industrialization and deindustrialization patterns and process across the European Union and Central and Eastern Europe too. Our team previous articles focusing on this kind of spatial differences. And the last one, the theoretical background focusing on the economic restructuring and place-based development programs according to the OECD, and for instance, a lot of articles too. Another very interesting patterns of our analysis focusing on the post-social trajectory of regional competitiveness and economic growth. According to the main literature, there are three very interesting patterns if we analyze the inequalities of the regions of post-social countries. For instance, the first very big inequality between the west and east side of each countries, based on west part of the countries much more competitive than the east part of the regions. For instance, another very interesting split between the declining industrial regions and reindustrialization regions according to manufacturing patterns. For instance, last interesting inequality pattern focusing on a metropolitan and non-metropolitan regions, mostly in the informative sector, information and communication sector. And the last part of our territorial analysis, we read that according to Smetkovsky, the GDP per capita territorial autocorrelation, if we analyze the post-social countries, post-Soviet or post-communist era, we see that the clustered pattern of East-West division dissolved, and we saw a very big difference between urban and rural areas. But our question focusing on that, what is the differences and similarities if we analyze the gross value added? Our research question, main research questions focusing on two main questions. First, how we can characterize and describe the concentration of economic sectors in selected regions between our analyzed period. And second, we want to analyze the spatial patterns and the changes between the analyzed areas. Our research area, we working based on Eurostat data, and we choose post-social countries, focusing on there is no delimitation problem, there is no modifiable area unit problem, so we exclude Poland, and we choose 5 countries. We use the types of the Eurostat and urban-rural division types, for instance, urban, intermediate, and rural regions. And next to this, we merge 5 capital city region and their suburban regions, except Bratislava, because the amount of inhabitants of the capital city. So the final number of cases is 108. Another very interesting part, the data. We use a Eurostat database and use a gross value added and employment data, and we created or analyzed 11 different section groups focusing on the different patterns. But today's presentation, I would like to talk about the manufacturing and the information and communication sector. We transform each year's euro and data to chain-linked euro to create a great comparison across the analyzed period. Our research methodology focusing on, first of all, descriptive statistical analysis. Each gross value added sector, we compare the regions and countries. And next to this, we calculating ELCO indices, the concentration of each sectors of different species. And after that, we calculating and analyze the spatial concentration of each section group, focusing on tail indexes according to and following the Titian et al. Article and Lengyel et al. Article, previous interesting articles. The high level of concentration is high indexes, tail indexes, and low tail indexes focusing on less concentrated situation. Let's talk about the results. First of all, we compare the core EU members' average data to our selected data, and we compare the trajectory of the a little bit convergence of the regions group sectors based on gross value added per employed person without PPS, and we saw that very interesting situation. The policy focusing manufacturing sectors stagnant previous decades, so there is no big labor productivity improvement, but a lot of policy focusing on develop the manufacturing part of the economy. But another very interesting part, after the financial crisis, we saw a much higher convergence, much higher labor productivity in information and communication, but the trend is also stagnant. Let's talk about the tail index. First figure showing us employment person or based on employment person data. We saw that after the financial crisis, we see a very big concentration in information and communication sector, mainly in capital cities and surrounding areas. This is a very interesting pattern. Another very interesting pattern, the less concentration of manufacturing in these selected NUTS3 areas. Another very interesting information, the real estate is outlier, but agriculture is focusing the concentration to natural and land resources. If we would like to change the view of our analysis, for instance, we analyze the gross value added tail index, and we see a same pattern, maybe same pattern, but the trend is more linear or more not as rapidly changed after the financial crisis in information and communication sector. But next to this, the manufacturing gross value added concentration is less than before. Another very interesting pattern, for instance, in energy sector is concentrated the amount of gross value added next to the produce of the, for instance, energy, oil, etc. So this is not very interesting patterns. After that, I would like to show you some picture. What is the difference between the Smetkovsky's article, GDP per capita, and our gross value added analysis? The patterns, if we analyze the total activities, we see the same pattern. If we analyze the standard deviation of gross value added per employment persons data, the east-west pattern dissolved, and rose urban-rural differences much higher than before. If we see the manufacturing situation, I think this is the same pattern, and emerged some reindustrialized area inside countries. And the final interesting pattern, the information and communication sector, because the data, relative data, for instance, in regions with less employment persons indicate higher relative values, but we see second-tier cities concentration next to the capital cities in information and communication sector. This pattern showing us the concentration in capital cities, and next to this, for instance, in surrounding of the region of Cluj inside Romania, we see interesting pattern of concentration of information and communication inside or next to the capital city, to the second-tier city regions, for instance, Timișoara, Cluj, Constanța, etc. And we see another part of the analysis. I mentioned before the Eurostat urban-rural delimitation, and we showing the amount of gross value added concentrated of each part of the categories, and we see the total number, we see the information communication sector, and we seeing manufacturing sector. In the start of our analyzed period after the millennium, we see a very big concentration in capital regions in information communication sector, and in manufacturing focusing on intermediate regions, not rural regions. But the end of our analysis, we saw that next to the little bit relative positive situation of regional centers, for instance, Timișoara, Cluj, Szeged, Košice, etc., we saw that the information and communication sector has gross value added, focusing and concentrating more in capital city regions.
So excuse me, can you finalize?
Okay, after that, I would like to conclude my presentation. We see a strong concentration in modern business services in capital regions. Manufacturing is more spatially distributed, but very interesting information that labor productivity, modern business services much rapidly and much higher than industry. But in this region, the policy focusing on manufacturing. So this is interesting. In the future, we want to improve the high gross value added sectors, but we saw the labor productivity stagnant after 2000. Emerging central periphery information communication sector next to manufacturing. Maybe this is further analysis needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. What are the questions? We have time for one very short question. Next presentation by Christian Hefner and Piotr Gibas. And the title of the presentation is Regional Centers versus Regional Cohesion in Poland.
But I think it's not the last version. Well, but I begin. Well, this is a work developed by my colleague Gemma Flores and me. We are initiating a short research. Really, you see, it's very short in the beginning, because there is a political movement to try to work together, all the countries speaking Spanish and speaking Portuguese in the world. So if you don't mind to go to the next, please. Next Yes, this is only an acknowledgement to our support to be here, to be presenting this communication and presentation to and is supported by the European Union, and they ask us for having this. Next, please. And here we have got the organization of my presentation, our presentation. There is an introduction. What about Iberophony and methodology, main results and conclusions. Well, if we can begin with the introduction. Next, please. As I told you, well, this is a good and great area. It's beginning to work, to try to work together. You have got what is named Iberophony, because we have got in the world Francophony, we have got Commonwealth, and we have got another communities of countries speaking the same language, but we have independently Hispanidad in Spanish and Lusophony. There is the area of countries speaking Portuguese, but it happens that Portuguese and Spanish is so understandable, or more or less understandable, and even in the borders between countries speaking that languages, for example, between Spain and Portugal in border, or between Brazil and the rest of the Spanish countries in America, they can understand more or less, even speaking their own language. So they are so close languages. So they are building now. It's beginning to be built in the world a great area of countries speaking Spanish and countries speaking Portuguese. That is more or less understandable. And this is a very first and short, analyzed from the economic point of view of some aspects of these countries. If you can change, please, the next. And this is the area, and in the area you have got a great quantity of countries. Some of them we need to recognize not speaking nowadays Spanish, but we have some Spanish people there, and some people that can improve their Spanish, like Philippines, for example. There is a pity, and they lost their Spanish. Most of them are quite related because they have got the official language Spanish or Portuguese, or a new Creole from these languages, and they are in, as you must know, in Europe, Portugal and Spain, and also Andorra, and in America, above all, in Africa, due to the discoveries of Portuguese along the coast of Africa, and also in Asia. We can continue, please. Our first of all work from the economic point of view is, well, we have got the Human Development Index, and we have got the Human Development Index adjusted from the international institutions, and we have created new versions for sustainable, 4 versions for sustainable human development indices, incorporating, and here it is so detailed, incorporated at least one emission index, CO2, or, for example, some environmental indexes, or the 2. And we have been testing, compounding, and incorporating and disincorporating several of these indexes to 4 different versions of sustainable human development indices. And later, you will see we compare all of them, and we will get some results. Please, the following. In order to do so, we have created simply a matrix where we have got a Pearson correlation between the different indices, some of them classical and some of them we are testing for sustainable development, human development indices. And here we have got in the matrix the who are more close and who are not so close between them. The following, please. And at last, I will ensure you that this is a simple piece of research at the beginning. And at last, here we have got a table of coincidences. And if you look carefully, the last column of this table is the number of indexes you have the same result for the different countries. So we can classify by the different indices in which level are the different countries. We can continue. So we can make the following conclusions. Let me read for you all. Both the adjusted human development indices and the calculated sustainable human development indices are very close, and they are very similar each other. However, it's worthwhile to calculate a sustainable human development indexes that we are not in conditions now, considering the environment and natural resources. This would be very, very interesting if we have got some information of dispersion of sustainability inside every country in order to be able to build that new indexes that are not in this work. And secondly, well, we have got in everything some high-level countries. Most of them are in the Iberian Peninsula, and some of them are in Central America, Mexico, and Philippines. And the rest we can consider middle level, for example, Honduras, Timor, and Guatemala. And finally, we have a lot of countries with a low level of development. For all the indices we have calculated, there are most of them from the Lusophony, and they are African countries. Pass, please. Well, thank you very much, Ondit, for this small piece, of initial research in an area that I think is important. There is a new emergence Iberophony, countries speaking Spanish and Portuguese in the world. Thank you a lot. We are open for your questions.
If this is not the case, nobody is raising the hands or writing the question down. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for presenters for presenting the research. And now it's time for the lunch for everybody. I'm so sorry we are not able to meet each other face to face, but still I think the organizer did the best to prepare the conference in very well. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all of you at today's plenary session. My name is Tadeusz Stryjakiewicz. I am professor of geography, a former director of the Institute of Socioeconomic Geography and Spatial Management, and former head of the Department of Economic Geography at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Currently, I am a member of the University Council. It is my great honor and pleasure to moderate this session, which has a special character by its inclusion to the program of this conference. We would like to express our solidarity with Ukraine, the country where resilience of cities and regions in an uncertain time is particularly important in the context of ongoing war destruction. The time in Ukraine is very uncertain indeed. To the last moment, we haven't been sure if our keynote speaker is able to join us. Luckily, Professor Konstantin Mezentsev is on the screen, as you can see. Nice to see you. Warm welcome. Tepli witania. Let me introduce shortly our keynote speaker. Konstantin Mezentsev is a professor and head of the Department of Economic and Social Geography at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. His recent research examines the transformation of post-Soviet urban regions and cities, suburban spaces, migration, and urban geopolitics. He is co-editor of the book Urban Ukraine, in the epicenter of spatial changes, and has co-authored Ukraine's outpost, Dnipropetrovsk, and the Russian-Ukrainian war. Currently, he is involved in the international multidisciplinary research project, Ukrainian Geopolitical Fault Line Cities, Urban Identities, Geopolitics, and Urban Policy, funded by the Research Council of Norway. The title of today's keynote speech sounds dramatic. How many more people must die? And the subtitle is Urban Geopolitics and Military Herbicide. So it's time to give the floor to Konstantin. Please start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Tadeusz, for your introduction, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am thankful to organizer for inviting me, for opportunity to participate in such great event, and of course for solidarity with Ukraine. It's really important, and we feel this support. There are two main disturbances: the COVID pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine, that challenge urban and regional development in Central and Eastern Europe and far beyond. Yesterday, we discussed the pandemic effects. Today, I focus on the war and the city. In the case of Ukraine, according to Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Resource Center, more than 5,500 people died because of coronavirus. But at the same period, according to the Office of High Commissioner of UN Commissioner for Human Rights, 1,000 more deaths were caused by the war. And it's just about civilians. The war changed our regions and led to the entire or partial destruction of cities, mass displacement of people, of businesses, and sometimes almost entire cities. Unlike the coronavirus pandemic, unfortunately, we currently have no enough quite reliable statistical data on the impact of the war and some factors and consequences of these disturbances. So this research is based on the interviews, on the surveys that were conducted in 2020, 2022, and the last interview just a week before the start of the active phase of the war. I understand that it's not in line with the analytical approaches of regional science, but I hope it could be useful for better understanding of the war effect on the cities, and for justification of some indicators of roots and consequences of the war for further analytical studies. My today's talk consists of two parts. The first one is about the intersection of urban geopolitics, fault line cities, and urbicide. The second part considers the extent and causes of urbicide in Ukrainian fault line cities. global geopolitics confrontations manifest in individual cities, and global violence, according to Graham, telescopes within and through local places. Along with the implosion of global politics into the urban world, warfare is also being urbanized, and the search for national security is today a source for urban insecurity. We can consider to a certain extent interrelated and overlapping four themes in urban geopolitics. Usually we talk about ordinary urban geopolitics, domestic urban geopolitics of refuge, or geopolitics of urban verticality. But I would like to add additional focus. It's important, as for me, to talk about geopolitical fault line cities from so-called world of divided cities. What does it mean, geopolitical fault line cities? Unlike in a classical divided contested city, ethno-nationally divided contested cities, ethno-national and religious conflicts and social segregation are neither necessary or no likely typical characteristics of fault line cities. Instead, fault line cities usually located at the edge of different geopolitical spheres of influence and within heavily overlapping but contradictory informational spaces. And therefore, conflicts in such kind of cities is volatile and unpredictable, because it rarely relates to matters of immediate local concern, such as access to schools, political representations, or construction of neurons, and so on, NIMBY effects, and fueled from the outside. And as a result, both the roots and the solutions of geopolitical fault line city conflicts are located far beyond the city limits. And in such kind of city, divided not by fences, physical fences, as typical contested or divided city like Nicosia or Jerusalem, but people divided in their minds. And they can live at the same neighborhood, at the same home, but with different geopolitical preferences. And such kind of cities are very vulnerable in terms of unpredictable conflicts. And this can be exploded at any time. And one terrible result, consequence of such situation, of such conflicts, is urbicide. Usually urbicide we consider as a deliberate destruction of the built environment. There are many manifestations of urbicide at different scales, from whole cities to some neighborhoods or even public spaces. But in any cases, all urbicide situations have common in terms of urban life, urban way of life, killing the city, destruction of urban, the killing of urbanity. But there are diversity of forms and concepts of urbicide. We can talk about, for example, place annihilation or cultural cannibalism, about extreme domicide and rebelization, and so on, so on. It's a long list of different manifestations and different concepts that explain urbicide and try to find the main roots and main consequences of such events. I will talk briefly about such different visions of urbicide. First of all, about place annihilation. During the Second World War, it was complete destruction of many cities because of different reasons. But this destruction was simultaneous of houses, of administrative building and ordinary residence homes and their communities, public spaces and neighborhoods. And in fact, it was a loss of meaning of destroyed places. Abu-Jidi called this manifestation of urbicide as extreme urbicide because of destruction of the collective or national identity, or some places, spaces that constitute an important feature of the urban. Other manifestation of urbicide is from Soviet Union war in Afghanistan that was named by Goodson rebellization, the tactics of military operation when virtually everything has been a target in order to suppress the resistance of completely different cultural, political, and ethnic groups. Another examples of urbicide is from the post-Cold War period. Mostly they are associated with intrastate armed conflicts and in the collapse in Yugoslavia, Russia, and the Middle East. Concerning total destruction of city of Vukovar in Croatia in early 90s, Bogdanovich called this as a ritual murder of the city. And the Sarajevo Association of Architects coined the term Vokitecture as a war against architecture. When buildings are attacked, not because they are in the path of a military objective, but because they are the objective. And Herscher proposed to make some shift from a war on architecture to a war by architecture. Mehaj proposed to think about identicide as another manifestation of urbicide, the destruction of vernacular and symbolic places during the war with the intention of erasing cultural identity and a sense of belonging. And when this is about mutual destruction of important places for different cultural groups, it's about identicide. But when, for example, UNESCO heritage monuments are destroyed, in this case, she used the term cultural cannibalism. The part and parcel of urbicide is extreme domicide, the deliberate destruction of homes in order to leverage against enemy governments, or terrify civilians so that they lose faith in their own cause and their own state and own community. When some cities were destroyed totally, not just urban landscapes, but all landscapes, Hanafi proposed to use term spatiocide, when that targets not only cities, but also the whole landscape and built environment, resulting with not only destroying or damaged building, but leveled hillsides and flattened vegetation and so on, with aim to stop agonistic heterogeneity and alterity, as in case, for example, in Chechen war by Russia. Another case of urbicide we can see through the Lebanese war, civil war, and that resulted with fragmentation of urban space under so-called new asymmetric war. And with some partition of cities, with some checkpoints, and when some parts are controlled by different gangs or groups. And one more example is about urbicide outside of warfare areas. We can talk about terroristic act as also examples of urbicide, but of course with smaller scale, but sometimes with more essential effects. And finally, one more situation when we talk about indirect urbicide. Usually when we see more huge destroying effects, but when this process is more slowly, not so visible, in this case we can see manifestations of indirect urbicide. Abogidi proposed to consider two sides of indirect urbicides: by construction and by control. By construction, when we see situation of construction of temporary housing and refugee camps in others and directly urbicide cities for the population of refugees or IDPs, or construction of new other mostly placeless building instead of symbolic or typical in destroyed cities. And other situation like a situation in Beirut as a fragmentation of space by control, different kinds of city divisions, their internal separation, weakening binding, installation of numerous checkpoints, and loss as a result of access to certain parts of the city. These cases are far from exhaustive, but we can identify some common features. First, deliberate targeting of cities is non-selective, since it concerns all residents, not only individual ethnic or social group, without distinction by social status or political preferences. Second, the deliberate, not as collateral damage, destruction of symbolic places and buildings important for ethnic or national identity is combined with the destruction of mundane, ordinary, everyday spaces and buildings in which everyday practices and of ordinary people are embedded. Third, urbicide is characterized by the destruction of physical, tangible parts, as well as intangible features, both built environment and values of liberty, civility, diversity, and coexistence, or assault on the values of civilization. Fourth, it's aimed at killing the heterogeneous urbanity for its own sake, the destruction of urban life that encourages the presence of others, and where diversity is deeply rooted in architecture and urban space, as Howard and Ristich mentioned. Fifth, deliberate, even carefully planned destruction of cities reconfigures urban space in unexpected ways. We can think about these five main features in terms of Ukrainian cases when we try to analyze to justify some indicators that explain roots and causes of this situation. Contemporary map of war is expansive, and we should think geographically about urbicide and about violence against the city. And one case is Ukraine. What about urbicide in Ukraine? Is it just another story in a long list of destroyed cities? Or does it have new manifestation, new causes, and needs to be reconsidered? I suggest it's the second situation. It's other story in a long list, well-covered urbicide history. First of all, because of huge scale of urbicide. It's the largest ongoing war in the 21st century, with the largest number of cities that were destroyed in a short period. And this is not a recreation of one of previous scenarios of urbicide, but a new, planned but outrageously implemented project. The radical destruction of Mariupol and Popasna, the wanton massacre in Bucha and Izum, and the everyday destruction of Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, and the long list of cities are various manifestations of direct urbicides that overlapping at the same time. It's different manifestation, different sides of urbicide. And additionally, non-military destruction of the occupied cities as are the side of indirect urbicides that we can see in the eastern part of Ukraine. During the first 100 days of the war, of the active phase of the war from February 24, there are 147 cities were destroyed or by bombing, by street fighting. It's around 1/3 of all Ukrainian cities. 27 cities were destroyed by shelling, bombing, and street fighting every 10 days. 7 cities at least every 4th day, and 4th city at least every 2nd day. You can see this map that all of Ukrainian cities are red, are destroyed, and this process is expansive and continuous. Day by day, new cities are destroyed, and urbicide is continuous. How we can explain such brutal urbicide in Ukraine and overlapping of different kinds of urbicide in the same area, in the same cities? The simplest one to explain by military necessary actions or collateral damage. As for me, it's no explanation, not an explanation. According to Security Service of Ukraine, only every 20th missile strike of the Russian Federation was directed at a military facility. The remaining 19 targeted houses, schools, hospitals, universities. The cultural cleansing, identicide, or even cultural cannibalism. Also possible explanation of the situation. Yeah, some famous Ukrainian monuments, famous Ukrainian sites important for Ukrainian identity were destroyed, especially monuments devoted to Russian-Ukrainian war. Or, for example, some universities, some theaters, some famous buildings also were destroyed essentially. But it's just a one side, because at the same time, these iconic buildings were destroyed, mundane spaces, schools, hospitals, residential and utility buildings, ordinary, everyday public spaces. Like from 2014 in Slovyansk, I witnessed these results of airstrike and the same situation, for example, from Kharkiv, from nowadays schools and hospitals. It's not about important for identity, it's important for everyday life of the cities. Another explanation is targeting otherness. For example, we can think about Ukrainian language. We can assume that we can find some correlation between share of people who are people with a native Ukrainian language and with intensity of military urbicide. You can see these maps and correlation between these two indicators, Ukrainian as a native language, share of Ukrainian as a native language, and number of days of shelling, bombing, and street fighting shows no significant correlation, just some not essential relationship. And Coward proposed to think about metaphoric interpretation, which understands the destruction of cities as a sign of the concept at stake in the war. It can partly explain a situation in Ukraine. For example, concept of the Russian world, promoted by a Russian politician that justifies the destruction of Ukrainian city by mythical protection of the Russian-speaking population. Yes, we can see some signs. For example, on March 1st of March 2014, when a Russian war in Ukraine just started, one Russian guy installed a Russian flag on the building of Kharkiv regional administration. And 8 years later, at the same day, on March 1, this building was shelled by Russian militaries. It's very interesting because it shows some kind of marking of some places and spaces in our cities by Russian symbols. And after that, as a places for next destruction. But at the same time, with these buildings, they're bombing and shelling many different buildings, houses, hospitals, and so on, regardless and people, of course, regardless their ethnicity, language, or even geopolitical preferences. It's ironically that more shelling their city, where so-called protected people are more concentrated in comparison with Western part for Ukraine, for example. Another explanation based on metaphoric interpretation of the urbicide in Ukraine is a concept of divided Ukraine, likely to Balkan war and situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where was explanation that was artificial state and it was breaching artificially, and this urbicide is a sign of destroying of this not natural parts of artificially gathered state. The same explanation we can hear sometimes about Ukraine. Ukraine is this artificial state. Ukraine was formed by or created by Lenin in 20s, and Ukraine is consists of different parts, and Novorossiya waiting for independence and so on, so on. But as for me, O'Loughlin with co-authors and then Kuzio, very nice shows that the Novorossiya project failed because it's a myth used by Russian political technologies that has little basis in reality. But very interesting that sometimes we can see this first map from this line of maps of results of presidential elections. Elections from 2010, when we see, or at the city level, when we see some kind of line that divide Ukraine on a red and blue parts, pro-Russian and pro-European, with pro-Russian and pro-European geopolitical preferences of population of the cities. But if we look next to maps, this divide is disappeared. Situation at the two next election, we can see all red or all green map of Ukraine with just some points with different colors, but mostly united Ukraine. And divided Ukraine is rather myth that used to justify the protection and liberation of Russian cities from Ukrainian occupation. But you can see situation is a bit rather. And very interesting, another explanation concept at stake in the war. In 2011, 2012, it was very popular idea of transborder agglomeration between Ukraine and Russia, between Belgorod Russian city and Kharkiv Ukrainian city. And very interesting, it was it's two different cities in terms of number of population, of economic potential, and so on. And it was idea to make two equal poles in this transborder agglomeration. What does it mean? That Kharkiv should share some functions with Belgorod. It was idea that the main international airport should be transferred, moved into Belgorod, the more funded university in Belgorod, and so on. And some professors, scholars from Kharkiv University also moved to Belgorod University because of higher salaries and more opportunities. But after all, this project was not implemented. And now such brutal shelling of Kharkiv from Belgorod, we can see as some kind of revenge of a of not realized or failed transborder agglomeration. But be frankly, all this explanation is not as a main cause of urbicide. More conventionally, explanation of urbicide is destruction of heterogeneity. which is the essence of urbanity. Yeah, it's partly more essential explanation of situation, and therefore we can see about indicators that explain urbicide, that mirror heterogeneous nature of Ukrainian city. Yeah, Ukrainian city are heterogeneous in various aspects, in terms of geopolitical preferences, in beliefs, in native languages, and such coexistence was the norm. For example, from Kharkiv, where you can see a monument, Glory to Ukraine, and at the same time murals with four famous Soviet military leader Marshal Zhukov, and the monument to Zhukov was contested space in Kharkiv, but they coexist in the same city with different preferences, true fault line city. And I would like to add one more additional explanation that important to justify some indicators for further analytical study of urbicide scale and results, and maybe to better understand next steps, how to reconstruct city after in post-war period. I mean the target in the actual development of cities, growing civic consciousness and public activism. We conducted a lot of interviews with city dwellers of Kramatorsk, especially returnees who left cities in times of temporary occupation in 2014, and who stays at this period in the city. What they mentioned, some main signs of change in the cities after liberation: public spaces improvement and new construction. For example, one of respondents says that end construction and landscaping and roads are being repaired, and transport has become more modern. The square was restored. We didn't have cranes here for 20 years. Now something is constructed here. So we can think about indicators that show such scale of construction of new housing, new other facility construction in the cities. Other one, increasing entrepreneurial activity. Many entrepreneurs came to us and opened businesses, so some jobs appeared. So indicators of new jobs in the cities. And the other one, the strengthening of civil society, local activism, and community cohesion. As for people, more patriotic people have appeared, consciously active people appeared more. Situation is more difficult to quantify, but I think we can think about self-organizing processes, NGOs appearance and creation in these cities, and some action of self-organizing activities. Also, we can consider as indicators that manifest such pepper of the urbicide. And the other one, very interesting situation is opposing vectors of change in the occupied city and neighboring liberated city in different terms. First of all, in terms of decline, destruction of occupied city and development, renewal of others. At the one side, everything is broken, killed, shabby. Then it was a flourishing city, keeping up with time. At the moment, what was, that is no longer. And the other side, the city has started to be developed after the occupation. A lot has been done in the city. New projects are being implemented. Other side, not can be quantified, but very interesting situation is grayness and brightness metaphors. Grayness, no vivid impressions in occupied city, and the picture has become brighter. Before that it was somehow gray, somehow colorful it has become. Other discussion about there and then versus here and now. Donetsk 2014 and now are two completely opposite things. The city has stalled in development, must see before and after. It has developed rapidly. and time is frozen. At the same time, Kramatorsk, 2014 Kramatorsk and 2022 Kramatorsk are two different cities of Kramatorsk. After 2014, it began to change for the better. It changed 100 times, as our respondent mentioned. And the other sign, other oppositional vectors is about Russian city with Soviet nostalgia. Of course, Soviet nostalgia is very popular in Ukrainian city, and versus Ukrainian city with an advanced vision of the future. In case of occupied city, became Russian. That is, when you go to there, you understand that you are not in Ukraine. What's left from you, the Ukrainian, still floating. In a liberated and not occupied city now, but close to front line, not it's so longer a Soviet city. Thinking has changed. Ukraine has become more. We started to develop a free Ukraine here, not Soviet Ukraine, but free Ukraine. Its narratives are very important to explain the situation with such brutal bombing and shelling and destruction of Ukrainian cities. For example, you can see this very interesting picture, just less than 1 year between two pictures. It was very popular chain store Arbat with close connotation to city of Moscow, to Arbat in Moscow, in 2000 till 2021, and a year later it was renamed and converted into Varus Ukrainian chain store. Let's go back to the concept of fault line cities. Most of Ukrainian, especially in eastern part, are fault lines, geopolitically fault line city. We conducted a survey in 3 Ukrainian cities, Dnipro, in Kharkiv in 2018, and in Mariupol 2020, with around 1,250 respondents in each city. And just one example. We asked people about pro-Ukrainian, pro-European, and pro-Russian, pro-Soviet orientation. If your city is mainly pro-Ukrainian, and people was divided on the line of this question. For example, in Dnipro, 60+% completely and rather agree that city is pro-Ukrainian. The same situation in Mariupol. In Kharkiv, lesser number, around 40. But around quarter of respondents answered we disagree with this completely, or rather disagree with this sentence. And in Kharkiv, it's near equally divided, 40 and 40% support and against this this idea. And after that, in cross tables, we can see situation. If you answer it, I feel Soviet, certainly yes, I feel Soviet. But more than half of these respondents at the same time answered, yes, our city is pro-Ukrainian. It's very interesting, intervened situation with fault line because of different information and disinformation flows that clash in these cities. And you can feel Soviet, but at the same time think that I'm pro-Ukrainian. It's really a very complicated situation with Ukrainian geopolitical faults and cities, and we should have it in mind when we discuss situation with urbicide in Ukraine. And another side of urbicide, indirect urbicide, what's happened in Ukraine? Urbicide by construction. Yeah, war in Ukraine caused a huge flow of IDPs and refugees. And IDPs from 2014 till now, different waves of transferring, displacing people from cities in eastern and southern part of Ukraine. But usually in terms of indirect urbicide, we can hear about refugee camps that impact on neighboring rayons, on neighborhoods in terms of stigmatization, marginalization, and so on. But in case of Ukraine, IDP camps from the first wave also located at the periphery ends, for example, in the city of Kharkiv, and fenced as some kind of island or kind of special segregation. But it not has so essential effect on neighboring area because of so low number of people who lived in these modular camps. For example, in the city of Dnipro, it was just about 1.2%. It's the highest number. In Kharkiv or in Slavyansk or Kramatorsk, Mariupol, it was more lower. And new wave of these camps, for example, in Lviv, with absolutely other approach, with new public spaces in them, and therefore we cannot talk about indirect urbicide. But we can talk about indirect urbicide by control in the occupied cities, where the residents outflow is really huge because there are no prospects there, remained retirees who had nowhere to go, or because of the dangers, fears, and uncertainty when people are afraid to go out into the street. Completely empty city with the desert streets. Another reason to think about indirect urbicide is about planned and unconscious destruction of the city's infrastructure, neglect of buildings, at the same time, imitation of development. The city is killed, everything is closed, everything is in a terrible state. Another reasons, fragmentation of the urban space with different checkpoints and on which there were incomprehensible personalities of incomprehensible appearance, and ineffectiveness of city management due to unprofessionalism or awareness of temporality, or lack of effect or legal norms, and the lack of a strategy and real project for city development. And some conclusions concerning Ukrainian case of urbicide. Urbicide in Ukraine is not just another story in a long list of well-covered destroyed cities. It targets the actual development, growing civic consciousness, and public activism in geopolitical fault line city, and in terms of possible indicators of urbicide. We can think about signs of urban development in terms of construction, in terms of new jobs, in terms of self-organizing activities, and more broader public activism in our cities. We found opposite orientation of the development of occupied and neighboring liberated cities, because the brutality of the deliberate destruction of more successful cities, because so-called facade cities in so-called DNR and LNR, Народные Республики in Donetsk and Lugansk region, shows much worse situation in comparison with neighboring liberated cities in the part of Ukraine. And occupied cities are indirectly urbicided with depopulation planned on unconscious destruction of the infrastructure, fragmentation of the urban space, and ineffectiveness of city management. And prospects to overcome the consequences of urbicide are related to the search for effective post-war recovery strategies for both destroyed, directly urbicide, and temporarily occupied, indirectly urbicide cities. And let's remembering about geopolitical fault line. It's not disappeared for one day. It will continue to be in our cities, and we should think about it for future. And this city can expect a window of opportunity, new investments, new flagship project, of course, but at the same time, we'll have to solve the issue of difficult heritage, the places of pain and shame, and numerous such cases where different geopolitical preferences are clashed, and to prevent non-military new built urbicide after military one. And the study of urbicide should go hand in hand with the study of peace, the post-urbicide city. And we now should start to think about post-urbicide city to conceptualize and to find some indicators for such kind of city. And my last slide is about title of my presentation. How many more people must die? This monument was installed in city of Kramatorsk in 2015 because of brutal shelling of city center. Later it was removed from city center to another part, but now it's really actual situation. How many more people must die because of this without any real aim urbicide in Ukrainian city? Thank you very much for your attention and patience. I'm open for discussion.
Thank you very much, Konstantin, for your very inspiring and so emotionally engaged speech. Now we have time for our discussion. All participants can ask questions in the chat. Let me mention here my personal experience related to the notion of military herbicide. I co-edited a book on post-socialist shrinking cities. Here you can see this book published by Routledge this year. And we were discussing in our editorial team, among other things, factors determining urban shrinkage, such as demographic decline or the industrialization, suburbanization, etc. And simply we were discussing what factors should be included in this book. And I strongly insisted to add herbicide or war destruction to these factors, having in mind, for instance, the cases from the Balkan states in 1990s, among others. And I still remember a reaction of my colleague from Australia, Chung Tung Wu. Herbicide? This is a very local, incidental problem. And our book will have a global audience that is not interested in such particularities. However, I was very stubborn in this matter. And finally, herbicide has found his place in this book. One of my arguments was, I cannot ensure that military herbicide happens in this part of Europe again. After the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Chung Tung Wu said to me, you were right. Now I see this is not only a local problem. It has large global implications. We have not learned anything from the past. I don't know if you agree with this statement, but in my opinion, this is a good, although not very optimistic conclusion stemming from our special session. But we are still waiting. So this is my comment, yeah, and related to my earlier experience. Personally, I very like the definition of herbicide formulated by Moorcock in 1963, that this is violence against the city in all forms. That is physical, structural, symbolic. You have mentioned all these forms, although the classifications were a bit different, but nevertheless, the problem I think is very important.
Yes, thank you very much for emphasizing this issue of herbicide, because be honesty, for example, in case of Georgia and Russian-Georgia war in 2008, most of us think about herbicide and about caused by it IDPs flow as a local case. It's just about local area, local some cases, but not global processes. But in case of Ukraine, we see more broader scale, and it opened different aspect of IDPs also. IDPs and refugees from Ukraine are now you can find in any country and any city in the world. And it's of course worsening situation in Ukrainian city in terms of shrinking and loss of population. But at the same time, it's new blood to other cities with their vision, with their thinking, and so on. It's really important. And of course, when we talk about herbicide, we can see it as some kind of disaster, and to think about disaster studies in more broader aspect. And herbicide is one side of this, not just about natural and technical catastrophe and disasters, but also military herbicide is the other side, and how to repopulate and how to reconstruct cities after that. It's also a question of some global alliance, how to fund this situation, and the cases of you mentioned former Yugoslavia, Balkan states, with the reconstruction of Sarajevo and Vukovar and other cities. It's very important cases. And other side also. For example, if we think about Rotterdam in the times of Second World War, that was also destroyed as a case of urbicide, or place annihilation. And after that, after reconstruction, it was some vision of new approach to city development. For example, pedestrian streets for shopping street in the city center is from this side. And also urbicide we can see as a catastrophe, as a disaster, at the same time as a window of opportunities for our city in post-war period, and we should start to think about post-herbicide world, I hope.
Yeah, thank you. I see that Rudolf Giffinger and Renata Farkas are typing their questions. Can you read them? Ukrainian cities, can they eliminate the troublesome Soviet heritage in this way?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, in our project on Ukrainian geopolitical fault line cities, one of our work package is about a role of Soviet heritage for city development, because this fault line in our city can be identified as a line between two important slogans. We are for cheap ice cream and tasty ice cream from Soviet times. And this pocket of ice cream from Soviet time is a symbol of prosperity on something else. And the other side, let's think about city for our own vision, and let's make our cities great again by ourselves, and or with cooperation with EU and European values. Therefore, this line not disappeared, but it's open a chance to change. For example, we can see now in many cities some monuments that was embedded in architectures in public spaces is removed from public spaces to special places to memorialize Soviet heritage, but not to live with this in our hearts. And I believe it's a chance for our city to break this relation with Soviet heritage and to prey on Soviet great times. Of course, it's a question about what should we propose instead of Soviet prosperity. For example, in case of many countries, they try to memorialize a period pre-Soviet, pre-socialist times. But in case of Ukraine, it's also not so easy to do, and we should think about new way our cities.
Thank you. We still have two more questions.
Yeah.
Rudolf, from history we learned that cities will recover from natural hazards, but what happens in case of herbicide? Which factors do you think will become most important after all?
Yeah, thank you very much. In some cases, it's the same as a natural disasters, but in other side, no. A question of repopulation, how to bring people back to our cities is the main question. As for me, we discussed elaborating strategy of post-war recovery of our cities at the Ministry of Regional Development, and it was one of the main topic how to bring people back. And we conducted also a research with IDPs and asked them about their intention to go back. And it's a sad story because most of them said about we have no intention to go back to our city because different causes. Because we have no intention to go back to cities because it's not my cities. It's not my city no more. Because of fires, because of some conflicts and so on, and it should be have a time how to prevent it. And I'm afraid of some cities how to bring people back because most part of them moved with their businesses, and in many Ukrainian cities was appeared businesses from Donbass and from Kharkiv region and from others. And the mayor of one of big Ukrainian cities said, "No, stop! Think about new opportunities for other cities. Let's think about opportunity for our cities, urbicide cities. How to bring back businesses and how to bring back people." Therefore, it's really important to think about it.
Yeah, and we have the last question. Tomasz, can herbicide be an opportunity for Ukrainian cities? Can they eliminate the troublesome Soviet heritage in this way?
Yeah. We discussed about Soviet heritage. Thanks. It's a really important question. And as for me, I believe in positive change. But of course, it's research rather a bit impressive, a bit about narratives, about some frames of discussion on these cases. Another side, we should think about reliable data and how to assess Soviet heritage effect on our city development. And we also think about some data on housing stock from Soviet times and other indicators. But it's other story.
Okay, thank you very much. Our session comes to the end. Thank you, Konstantin, for your very interesting presentation, very needed also during our conference, I think. Thank you all participants and discussants. I close this session wishing the bright future for Ukraine.
Thank you very much for your support and for such opportunity, and let's go into the future without herbicide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So it's 2 o'clock. All presenters is here. So I think we can start. Welcome to all the presenters and all the attendees to join our session. The session titled The Relationship Between Innovation, Ecosystem and Creative Industry in the Development of Regional Centers. And Judith had a request. She will teach in the afternoon, so we changed the order, and she will be our first presenter. And Judith and her co-author has a presentation, Firm Geography in Central European Second-Tier Cities. So, Judith, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. My name is Judith Berkes, and I work at the Center for Economic and Regional Studies Institute for Regional Studies in Pécs, and also at the Széchenyi István University in Győr. And I should apologize, but I should hurry up to the university because I have some course in this afternoon. So our research team is about the farm geography in Central Europe and second-tier cities. Okay. 55% of the global population live in cities, and expected to rise to 68% by 2050. It's in medium-sized and small cities of the developing world that urban growth is expected to be greatest. And urban risks are also expected to be greatest in these cities, as they are generally less well-resourced in terms of professional capacity and also governance and finance. And these scientific and spatial development documents have also started to focus on medium-sized cities. So the past 3 decades have brought significant changes in this entire area of Central and Eastern Europe. The regime changes fundamentally reorganized the social, economic, and of course political relations in these countries. In various post-socialist countries, this implied a complete transformation of the state structures and the state territory. From the other perspective of the post-socialist regime change modifications of the settlement network, the emergence of new states and their capital cities, the positive developments in the permeability of borders and the new neighborhood are among the most significant achievements. Here you can see our 14 countries which is examined. If we look at the macro region globally, its transition and development is successful. You can find some countries which is small by which are small by population. For example, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Albania also, or Slovenia. These countries are so poor by GDP, but also you can find some huge countries, for example, Poland, Romania, and Czech Republic, which has a big GDP. And we should talk about hierarchy of this settlement network. You can see with the color the hierarchy. The red color shows the big megacities, capitals, and the other color shows the other level of this network. And we know that the global cities have a big concentration of advanced producer services, and also we know there are very big differences between capital cities and the second largest cities, but we know that the second largest cities should make cooperation with the capitals, and also in our opinion these should serve the capitals. The macro region has had a very dynamic period in the past 2 decades previously, foreign direct investment had been unknown, but in 2 decades, investors discovered these countries of the region as profitable fields of investment. This did not happen to all regions simultaneously. Generally, investors first focused on the capital cities, on ports and on regions bordering the European Union member states. That investments were concentrated in a few cities and regions, while most region remains without FDI for several years in many cases until now. Yes, and our research is motivated by the fact that there is an extensive literature on post-socialist transformation processes, but the number of the economic geography works comparing old large cities is also low by international standards. Here you can see the 14 countries which is examined, and with 100 major cities. We tried to build an inventory of the most significant companies and analyze of their territorial structure with 2 ways of methodology. First of all is we call the top-down, based on the available cross-sectional data, and we used only simple descriptive statistics. It's new and important information that we try to involve the Orbis Europe database. And the second part of the methodology is called bottom-up, which means a case study about these cities, because we know the statistical data aren't be able to show all of the represent the all of details about these cities. So what about our results? Here you can see the 3 sides of the results. Part 1, distribution of the 500 companies with the highest turnover in Central and Eastern Europe shows the positions in this region. Poland has the most companies with highest turnover, the second Hungary, and the third is Romania. And try to examine the dynamics in this process, distribution of 100 largest companies by revenue in Southeast Europe. As you can see, for example, Romanian could be able to attract some of companies to the region. Serbia was so hectic, and Slovenia also. And what about the location? The location tried to represent the spatial structure. The capital city is the most famous, of course, but the capital region, large cities and mid-sized cities are also representative in our study. This figure is also about the revenue, like the first one here, where I showed the position, just based on the Orbis database and the same results. And the second big part of our region is the aggregation. As you can see it, we try to aggregate ownership structure of top 10 turnover companies by the domestic ownership, and you can see this above 50% For example, Albania and Montenegro is almost 75%, and the others has less. And the second group of about the domestic ownership between 35 and 50% is more colorful than the previous. And the third group of these is about the domestic ownership between 25 and 35%. Here you can see Czech Republic and Romania and Serbia. And the fourth group is about domestic ownership below 25%. Here is Bulgaria, Slovak Republic, and Hungary, and also Kosovo. And we tried to make a conclusion about that. Maybe in a northwest southeast direction, the ownership structure is narrowing. There are more domestic owners and maybe more diversified. So the corporate organization were treated as a point, and we didn't deal with the network relations. And we know that many spatial characteristics are difficult to uncover, for example, ownership or a specialty of production or headquarters. These can be explored through micro-analysis, for example, case studies. And we know that Orbis Europe data at the city level are often incomplete and need to be supplemented and cleaned up and checked. And maybe it could help to provide a better basis of comparative urban studies of our regions. And what about nowadays and the further research directions? And I would like to highlight only one of them. Nowadays, with Zsuzsanna Zsibók, we're working on a TFP, total factor productivity estimation for the city with county rights, and try to test another region, not just only Hungary. Thank you for your attention, and if you have a question, don't hesitate to ask in email. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Judith. If we following the second presenter and the second presentation with Magdalena Dragan. The title of the presentation will be Comparative Analysis of the Digital Policies in Romania and Hungary. Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon for you all. This presentation with the title Comparative Analysis of the Digital Policy in Romania and Hungary is a first outcome of a collaborative project between the Center for Geographical Research of the Cluj-Napoca subsidiary of the Romanian Academy and the Center for Economic and Regional Studies of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in Pécs. As you know, both Romania and Hungary are below the EU's average in terms of digital transformation of their societies and economies, as shown by the Digital Economy and Society Index. But Hungary is on a better place than Romania, which for 3 out of the DESI component, human capital, integration of the digital technologies and digital public services, ranks last in EU in spite of the progress already made. Moreover, the COVID pandemic and the measures to mitigate it led to a large increase of the use of digital technologies all over the world and in Europe. The EU policies emphasize the need for a rapid and efficient digital transformation of the Union by declaring the 2020-2030 period, the digital decade, and proposing ambitious goals such as basic digital skills for at least 80% of the population, key public services 100% online, increased connectivity, and an intense digital transformation of the businesses. In this context, Romania and Hungary need to urgently implement measures to increase their performance in digitalizing their society. So in this study, we compared the two countries' policy in this area. We started by inventorying the policy documents, strategies, plans, and programs aiming at the digital transformation and analyzing them using a framework proposed by Hoffman et al. That have 5 sections with several questions such as what overall high-level goals does the strategy mention, or what smart, specific, measurable, applicable, reachable, and or time-bound goals are mentioned in the strategy. What factors does the strategy mention that need to be considered to increase and promote the digital transformation? What society-wide factors does the strategy mention that challenge or are challenged by the digital transformation? And there are so many questions, but for this presentation, we analyzed the strategies for e-government and for digital education in the two countries. The e-government policy's main goals are, in both countries, to increase the efficiency of the digital public services available to their citizens and businesses. In the Romanian document, the major goal is further specified with 3 major objectives: developing the digital public services for citizens and businesses, addressing live events up to the 4th grade of sophistication, and there are 37 live events prepared for this, increasing the public institutions' capacity to support mature e-services and increasing the level of the digital skills and public authorities' employees, both general digital skills and specific IT skills. And these objectives are further specified in 14 measures addressing the e-government, the interoperability, the electronic identity, the e-signature for public servants, training public authorities' employees, and other like this. The most recent Hungarian strategy on e-government builds on the previous programs called Digital Success, and on the level of digital public services already in place that is higher than in Romania. The goals for this strategy are to create a coordinated user-centric digital development of the central and regional administration, increasing the interoperability of the public registry, developing smart settlement and smart areas, increasing the cybersecurity of the digitalized public services, and further expand the public e-services. The measures devised in order to achieve these goals are similar with the ones in the Romanian strategy addressing the same aspects. In terms of the societal challenges the implementation of a strategy must overcome, the Romanian document lists the low level of digital literacy in the general population. In fact, only 10% of the adults have above basic digital overall skill, according to DESI. The lacking IT specialists in the public administration, that's because the growing ITC sector in the capital city and in major city in the country attracts all the graduates in Romania with higher salaries than those available in the public sector. In the same time, a very big challenge would be to implement the strategy using the EU funds in the required time frame, especially because several of the proposed measures deals with legal reform that usually requires long period of time to be put in place. However, when implemented, multiple positive impacts are weighted. The strategy have an entire chapter on this topic that states large economic positive impacts, savings following the debureaucratization of the public services, increase in foreign investment, increased productivity, other social benefits such as the increasing level of digital skills in the general population, and environmental ones such as decreasing CO2 emissions. The strategy also mentions several possible negative consequences such as increasing cybersecurity risks and increasing the digital divide for people already in disadvantaged groups. However, in general, they are not addressed by specific measures. The Hungarian document sees as societal challenges the aging population and the presence of group of peoples outside the digital world, that they don't have access, tools, and skills to access the digital public services. The most evident positive effect of the implementation of the strategy would be the expanding of digital services available already. At the same time, cybersecurity concerns linked with a low level of digital skills in the society and among the small and medium enterprises, employees, and owners led to the proposed solution of maintaining the analog capability while diversifying the public services with the digital ones. In what concerns the digital education, both strategies see this topic in terms of total restructuring of the education and training systems. The expected outcomes should be a high level of digital literacy, 90% of the population in the Romania case and more than 98% of the 1671-olds in the Hungarian case. Increasing the economic competitiveness of both countries are as a result of better education and training systems, including long life learning opportunities, another expected outcome. The Romanian strategy gets more specific in these aspects, talking about creating an adapted curriculum for emergent occupations related to the digital transformation and green transformation of the society. While aiming at the integration of the digital technology in everyday lives of the population, the Hungarian strategy also emphasizing in its objectives the education for increased security in the digital world. In terms of challenges to overcome, the Romanian strategy lists inequalities such as the high digital divide between urban and rural areas and between young and older adults, and also very large differences in terms of education quality and results between elite schools and disadvantaged schools, but also a high rate of early school leaving. In this context, the strategy is aiming for a high-quality education system that is digitalized, flexible, adaptable, and capable of generating change and innovation, for active citizens well integrated into the digital labor market and sustainable economic growth based on national occupation. At the same time, several objectives and measures address cybersecurity risk, data protection, children's rights, and the ethical behavior in the digital world. The Hungarian strategy for digital education lists as challenges the rejection of digital technology in an aging society, the discrepancies between the skills required by the industry and the need to prepare children for the future. And another challenge would be the lack of tools for the digital education of the disadvantaged children. Implementing the digital education strategy would result in increasing the students and trainees their chances to enter the labor market and an increased availability of a free educational content. However, the strategy also identifies as threats the rapid outdating of a professional training, creating curriculum that does not align with the labor market requirements, and other more specific threats like a lacking non-stop IT help desk for the schools. So, further observation that are not addressed using the question in the framework, the analyzing framework, there are to both countries apply the fact that the COVID-19 pandemics had a huge role in the advancement of the digital transformation of the society. An equally important role in this aspect has the European regulation and strategy, which provide a general framework for this process and the timeline. However, the national context added specificity to each public policy analyzed. As a difference, one can note the highly centralized process of strategy creation in Hungary, where the same organization is in charge for elaborating all the relevant documents related to digital advancement of the society. This could be a positive aspect by bringing clarity and a high level of integration of all the documents, while at the same time being at risk of rigidity and lack of alternative views. The digital policies in Romania are highly fragmented, and many of them are missing the legislative framework for their implementation in a fast and efficient manner. Another issue is the reliance on EU funds for their implementation. This brings another layer of bureaucracy and maybe late starts. By comparing the e-government strategies of the two countries, we can see also an important difference in terms of formulating the objectives and measures. Precise and smart objectives for the e-government strategy of Romania versus a flexible framework for monitorization and upgrading the action plans in the case of Hungarian digital strategies. Also, another observation we made is the little attention that was given in these documents to the risk and possible negative consequences of the digital transformation of the public services and education. There were described mostly generic aspects, and here and there specific measures related to cybersecurity and data protection, for example, but not a thorough analysis and action plans related to these risks. So we think this is an over-optimistic view of the digital transformation of society that we need to acknowledge for. And I thank you for your passion, and this is the project that supported this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda.
Good afternoon. We shall present our paper in the following, and after offering a brief introduction and some preliminary thoughts and assumptions, Zsuzsi will present the results of our empirical research. So basically, our research was conducted in the framework of the bilateral project in Romania-Hungary, and in that we mapped actually the two study regions of Cluj-Napoca and Pécs in terms of productivity indicators, both at the regional level and the firm level. Now, the objective of our research was actually to examine the development path of the two cities and their economic position, and in the period after the crisis, with a focus on the foundational sector that comprises basically the residential sector, and we tried to examine if they can offer a viable alternative to FDI-led development in the two countries. So our objective was to measure how the foundational economy can contribute to long-term regional development and well-being of the population in the two study cities. Before actually presenting our assumptions, we identified some commonalities and important disparities between the two cities and their regions. And the most important of them was that basically the two countries both belong to the category of post-transition countries that are heavily dominated by their capital cities, Budapest and Bucharest, and to a lesser extent by the growth poles that Cluj-Napoca and Pécs functions. And on the map, you see that the basic difference is that Hungary is lacking the category of secondary cities with population of 200 to 500,000. And in Romania, there's a number of these cities that can function as potential growth poles and counterbalance the development, the capital city-centric development of the country. And another major difference was that the economy of Pécs is heavily dominated by the public sector, while in Cluj-Napoca, the situation is much better, and the private sector is a major driving force of regional development. And our preliminary assumption is that these will also be reflected on the data on regional and local productivity. And according to our assumption, we state that the public sector, there's no actual trade-off between the public and the private sector. Moreover, a well-developed private sector is a basic prerequisite to regional performance. Our literature review, drew on a number of sources that are quite well known in Western literature on the Central European region. such as work on dependent economies and major shortcomings of dependent economies, such as low productivity labor and low skill labor. Also, the absence of headquarter companies and domestic mid-sized firms. In connection to that, we probed into literature on industrialization and its highly unequal spatial patterns in Hungary, and local economic development tools such as economic zones that function mostly in Poland and in Hungary, to a lesser extent in Romania. Also, we reviewed theories of the grounded city as an alternative to the competitive or disembedded city that's only connected to the world economy and less connected to its regional hinterland. Now, the comparative analysis of Pécs and Cluj, they have important works published in it, such as our work done with Zsuzsi, and regional migration patterns by our colleague present here. And also we did quite a bit of research on the foundational economy that is quite new in the context of Central Europe. So we actually hope to provide a little bit of a better understanding into such processes. Our basic assumption is that productivity improvement is not a neutral process, but it's quite important and the major determinant of regional performance. That is, the corporate sector plays the most dominant role in regional productivity and performance. And not only that, but actually it's always a handful of large firms, mostly foreign firms, that drive the economic fortune of regions. And in Hungary and in Romania, a large part of labor productivity disparities can be explained by structural effects, which means that foreign firms have a large, actually a twofold productivity advantage over the domestic firms. And also the contribution of labor productivity to total per capita GDP disparities is above 95%. Therefore, it is very, very important to balance labor productivity in the two countries. Why is it so? Why is there such a big gap between domestic firms and foreign firms? Well, because the so-called diffusion machine is not working. Therefore, there is no transfer of innovation and technology from developed firms to domestic firms, which are unable to carry out immaterial investments in manufacturing and ICT, and therefore they are unable to improve their productivity that way. And also the spatial concentration of foreign firms is very skewed toward the capital cities, and there's not much diffusion going on there either. And this is why we badly need a broader approach to economic development, more inclusive, broader, and one that is also mindful of lagging regions and how to improve their productivity, and not just the frontier regions, which is quite well embodied in the foundational approach, as we have seen, which represents a totally new approach to employment creation, and it focuses on the social value of labor and also job creation over short-termist pro-business policies. And it entails a qualitative improvement of jobs instead of their mere numerical increase in low-wage or so-called low productivity sectors. And it's in line with our findings, which state that economic development in our present era is much more dependent on the qualitative improvement of production factors than extensive labor market growth. Now, what is the foundational economy? Very briefly, is the part of the economy that creates and distributes goods and services consumed by all, regardless of income and status, because they support the everyday life or mundane activities. So they provide, in that way, the basic infrastructure of everyday life. And it can be categorized according to the Manchester School, which we followed in our empirical study, into 4 distinct parts, made up by providential services that include healthcare and social care, material services that deliver essential needs satisfiers, such as utilities supply, public transport, telecommunications, food or banking services, which are in modern market economies distributed through networks and branches. O represents the overlooked economy of low-tech services, such as haircuts, house repairs, holidays, or cloud. And T is the tradable sector that is ICT-driven and high-tech manufacturing, mostly represented by frontier firms. So the basic characteristics of foundational services are basically the same as in the case of public services: immobility, local delivery, and universality. And very briefly, what are the main benefits of this new approach? Well, it is actually the main benefit is that it restores the social value of labor that mainstream economics tend to undermine, and reproductive labor also, which tends to be quite undermined in these economic strategies, and the tacit skills of citizens, such as those employed in care. And also, all welfare critical foundational services are treated as belonging to the public sector, whether they are owned by private owners or not. Regional and industrial policies nowadays tend to incorporate these foundational activities precisely because there's a lack of diffusion between frontier firms to lagging regions. And there's a twin category of foundational livability, which these approaches tend to emphasize, claiming that the main concern of economic policy should be citizens' well-being, that is based on the supply of adequate and affordable public services. And also we found, and Ruji will demonstrate, that the foundational economy is much more relevant for peripheral regions than for developed and growing regions, because the size of the foundational economy and employment growth, there's a reverse relationship between the two, while in the case of depopulating regions, it is quite beneficial to have a sizable foundational sector. So, Juji, will you present?
Yes. Thank you. We applied or analyzed this in two types of regional level or aggregation: at the NUTS3 level, which is the county level, in Baranya County in Hungary and Cluj County in Romania, and at the municipality level, where we analyzed the 200 largest firms in Cluj-Napoca and those in Pécs in parallel. And we computed the labor productivity measures based on the available data for gross value added and the employed persons at the county level, and based on operating revenue and employees in the firm level. We used the database of the Orbis for the firm level data and the database of the Eurostat for the NUTS3 level data. And we had a large job to make a distinction between the activities and classify them either to foundational or non-foundational activities. And at the NUTS3 level, we could do only a very rough distinction. Sorry. Can we get back or
Internet connection.
Oh, thank you. But at the firm level, we had a very useful key to make this distinction based on the information provided by the foundational economic community on their website. At the firm level, we can make this distinction based on the 4-digit activity codes based on the NACE coding, and these are classified into 4 categories introduced by Ildikó. And these are the main frameworks of our computations. Or NUTS3 level results show, as in the right-hand side of this figure, that the foundational activities account for around 80% of the economies, in more than 80% in Cluj or in Baranya, and a little bit lower in the capital cities, in Bucharest and Budapest, and around 80% in the overall national economies in terms of the employment. In terms of the gross value added, the foundational activities have a lower share in Baranya and Hungary, and even lower in Cluj-Napoca. That means that the tradable activities have a higher importance. And we could compute the productivity measures, which show that it is a familiar picture or a common picture where the tradable activities have higher productivity, labor productivity, especially in Romania. In Hungary, the difference between the productivity of the foundational and non-foundational activities is not that much. And then we turn to the firm level analysis based on our Orbis Europe database, which was shortly introduced, and I skip this details and show our results. We see that in the 200 largest firms in Cluj-Napoca and Pécs, based on the employment-based ranking list and the revenue-based ranking list, we find that the tradable activities in Pécs has a relatively high share, and also the material activities with respect to the number of firms. But in terms of revenue and employment, the providential and the material sector has a high importance. And in Cluj-Napoca, the tradable and the material sectors are the most important, also in terms of employees and revenues. And finally, we computed, based on this data, the labor productivity, and find that there are significant differences on the basis of the ranking lists. We cannot find or identify any single industry or activity which is more productive than the other in these 400 firms. So we cannot state that tradable activities are always more productive than foundational activities. So we think that the foundational activities might have even more or similarly productive than non-foundational activities. And as a conclusion, we see that foundational economies and foundational activities are also important in terms of the regional development policies and at the local level. Thank you.
Thanks, and we will follow my presentation. Thank you. So I don't introduce myself. I am Réka Horecki. I am a research fellow in the Institute for Regional Studies in CERS. So I am colleague of Ildi, Zsuzsi, and Judith too. And with Magda, we can work in a bilateral joint project in the academies. So this presentation will be a joint work too. The title of our presentation is Co-working Places in Hungary during the COVID-19 pandemic. And my co-authors is Dóra Bálint, Gábor Lux, and Judith Kálmán. They works in the same institute that me. About the project, we work in the geography of new working spaces and the impact of the periphery cost project. And you can see the aim of the research and so many participants in this large projects. In this presentation, we focus on the changes brought by the pandemic and the different adaptation strategies which co-working spaces needed to use. And we aim to give an overview of the Hungarian situation, which has one specialty for co-working spaces. In contrast to Western Europe, these places had to rely completely on their own because they did not receive any financial aid from the Hungarian government. So this presentation begins by introduction the context of the Hungarian COVID-19 situation just shortly. Then it gives a brief overview of co-working spaces and their special differentiation at the national level. The legislation is discussed in the next part, and subsequently the different adaptation strategies are the conclusions. Yes, in Hungary, the first confirmed case of COVID-19 was reported nearly after 3 months of Wuhan cases on 4th March, exactly 1 week before declared the virus as a global pandemic. In the first year, where we 2 distinctive waves, which patterns is similar to most European countries. We call this first year a highly distributive initial period, when the novelty of the virus and the lack of vaccines forced governments to apply strict control measures, which affect mobility and mass gathering to reduce transmission and avoid overwhelming the healthcare system. In Hungary, control measures affected the entire country with negligible regional or local differentiations. In the first wave, the diffusion followed core periphery patterns, whose early cases were reported from the capital and the suburban settlements encircling Budapest. Later, territorial differences started to change. The virus appeared also in settlements placed lower in the hierarchy. Similarly to the first year, in 2021, 2 distinctive waves occurred with one difference. New ways of protection appeared as vaccines start to be applying to the wider public. The third wave was the last one which required significant control measures, for example, schools and restaurants closes, etc. And now in 2022, the nature of the virus has changed. The active cases were the highest in the 5th wave in the late January, early February in Hungary. However, despite that, the death rate appeared to decrease, and consequently measures and restrictions were not as strict as anymore. So the Hungarian legislation applied 3 main types of control during this epidemic. In the beginning, so-called epidemiological measures were published. The two prior measures mainly respond to the impact on persons. Introduction of quarantine obligations, role of contact person, and so on. The impact of workplaces and community offices, apart from the mandatory measures, compliance with the completion procedures and distance is not significant. The impact of the economic and so-called protection measures is already more significant from 2021. The economic protection measures were about different regulation in emergency situation. For example, credit moratorium, restricted travel, and accommodation laws. The digital explosion created by the first total closure has had an extraordinary impact on new types and of workspaces. The digital transition had to happen from one day to the next in Hungary, but neither education nor the world of the work was ready for it. So the period of forced closure also kept co-working places closed. Only online contact and one by one on access confidential basis were possible. So in Hungary, the online platforms and online contact spaces have been an absolute winning in the epidemic. In addition to the most popular was Zoom and the Teams, and the Hungarian government was created a dedicated platform for the primary and the secondary education institutions. Due to the epidemic restriction, our community spaces, including co-working offices, have been forced to close. So it can be seen that the pandemic has rapidly changed the habits and the lifestyle of the population in each country, and that this will have a medium or long-term effects, this visible short-term effect. That need for social distance has stimulated the rethinking of working practices, and this has been particularly visible in the service industry, where teleworking has been in the spotlight. If the second location, the office, is not suitable for work, and home is the first location, is not the best option, that fitting the third location as that will be the co-working places may better meet the needs of the worker. For example, in Norway and Spain, the government has promoted the location of public workplaces in peripheral areas with the aim of facilitating teleworking, thereby reducing commuting to urban areas and the pollution, and facilitating work-life balance. Just like everywhere, the number of people working from home skyrocketed in the first wave of Hungary. In May 2020, 70% of the active workers did their job outside the traditional offices. This number started to decrease when the first wave ended. In autumn, parallel with the second surge, the ratio raised again to 12%. So compared to the pre-pandemic level, the proportion of remote workers increased from 2.9% to 9.6%. This trend also suggests that remote work persists after the initial shock, but the range of users decreases after the peak in numbers. Not every segment of the labor force is affected by opportunity of working from elsewhere. There are territorial, sectoral, and socio-economic differences across the country in terms of telework. Sectors connected to information and communication technologies, research, and education were the leading example of the teleworking. The level of education and the location of the workers also influenced the patterns, contributing to regional differences, and findings reflect that these are non-country specific but similar to the international trends. So the discussion and the conclusion, but are different in Hungary than the other nations. So in Hungary, co-working spaces did not receive any financial aid that I mentioned during the pandemic from the government, regardless of their location or their operator. Hence, these places were left on their own to adapt to the emerging challenges brought by the pandemic. The disruptive nature of the COVID was particularly strong in the first wave, as the Hungarian co-working landscape is quite diverse. Coping mechanisms are also different. However, one of the common responses among them was applying different precautions for co-workers' safety. For example, the social distancing and the hand sanitizations. The maintenance of the safe working environment was ensured by frequent cleaning, clearly visible signs, information board, and the restructuring of the offices. Because of social distancing, co-working spaces also had to limit the group events and the co-workers, the number of the co-workers. So be it social or professional, this was a major distribution of their functions, huge revenue loss, as events used to be a major revenue source for the co-working spaces. They typically even rented out their spaces for outsiders. Another pattern can be defined from a special viewpoint. There was an observed shift in location from city centers to the outskirts of cities, especially in the suburban areas. This may have been caused by the depletion of services in the central business district. Because of restricted mobility, white-collar workers tended to prefer areas nearby residences for remote work. For example, Schweimar and Zebegény, two suburban places in Budapest, where new co-working spaces have appeared during the pandemic period in 2021 and 2022. The increase in the number of people moving into and out of rural areas has also shaped the spaces, the location for alternative works. In Hungary, more co-working offices have opened remote from the capital in the last 10 years, and also during the COVID closures on the shores of Lake Balaton. In addition to the suburban towns, the settlements around Lake Balaton with recreational summer houses and goods accessibility to Budapest also increased their popularity among high-skilled co-workers. And one of the main differences, the services in such touristic areas, co-working spaces are more diverse in contrast to located in the capital city. For example, Balatonföldvár, there are one settlement in around Lake Balaton, and Vászöly too, also operated not just a space for working, but as an accommodation. Thus, they could rely on other adaptation strategies and revenue sources to survive the pandemic shocks. It is important to note, however, that several of co-working spaces has already been there in the pandemic era, as this region is one of the most important for seasonal tourism in Hungary. We can see in general, informality also played a significant role in the adaptation strategies. For example, one co-working place in Pécs officially stayed closed, but their regular co-workers got keys, and they could use their desk as flexible times. Most people have children who worked here, therefore home office has not been a favorable option for them, so they had an increased need to stay in this third place that I mentioned. And we also found examples of a complete transformation of the office function. Co-working spaces in a residential office closed during the epidemic and was used for family, a kind of quarantine and a separation room. The function of incubation offices and shared place run by municipalities has partly changed during each wave. In smaller municipalities, typically under 10,000 inhabitants, these community spaces were either completely closed or open during the summer hours for facilitating educational activities, children and their parents. So as can be seen, this type of change was unfavored for the workers, but places find a niche brought by the pandemic. So the last conclude, the shocks caused by the pandemic have challenged both co-working spaces and co-workers too. location change, size reduction, change of the function, and relying on informal networks are the identified copying strategies which appeared in the Hungarian co-working landscape during the pandemic. For future research, is these strategies were successful in the long run? Okay, I have some question. How did you obtain your data? We make some interviews so face-to-face and via the online platforms. So we make interviews in Pécs, in Debrecen, around the Lake Balaton with the owners and the founder of the co-working spaces. So this is I was the last presenter, but we will continue another session with Magda, Gyulai Tamás, Tamás Gyulai, and me also. So if you don't have any question or comments, then thank you all the presenters and the attendees to be here, and please join us to the next session. So welcome to all again. My name is Réka Horecki, and as the previous session, this titled The Relationship Between Innovation Ecosystem and the Creative Industry in the Development of Regional Centers. Our first presenter will be Magda. She introduced us the previous session, the digital policies in Hungary and Romania, and now she's focusing to the digital divide in Romania. So Magda, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reiko, and hello again. So this time I will present the results of a study on the digital divide in Romania and its mitigation by the non-formal education organization. I work in this project together with Ștefan Cibian, Silvia Ferescu, Yanis Rușitoru, and Eddie Besserman from the Făgăraș Research Institute. According to Van Dijk, the digital divide is a metaphor for the division between people who have access and use the digital media and those who not. Also, the digital divide was studied between rural and urban areas or between countries, developed and developing countries, for example. And the same author studied the digital divide between people in terms of psychological access, for example, digital device appearing from fear of technology, material access resulting from possessing a computer and an internet connection or not, skill access, lack of digital skills, and usage access, the digital divide resulting from the lack of significant usage opportunities. One way to see the digital divide is by using the Digital Economy and Society Index as a proxy for ranking the EU member states. In this case, we note the large digital divide between Romania and the EU's average and the larger one between Romania and the most advanced states in the digital area. The same is true in terms of digital skills. The digital skills of the adult population in Romania are rather low, with only 10% having above basic digital skills. So starting from this, we look further at the various aspects of the digital divide in our country. So there is an important digital divide between the rural and urban areas in terms of infrastructure. There are still white areas in terms of connectivity, and the number of 565 villages, but mostly small villages located in remote areas or in mountain areas, does not have access to wired connection to the internet. However, the situation has been rapidly changing, in part due to the COVID-19 pandemics, when the demand for internet in rural areas dramatically increased. At the end of 2020, the fixed line internet penetration rate at national level was 69%, 78% in the urban areas and 58% in rural areas. And this compared to the previous year, where it was a sharp increase in rural penetration rates from 49%. There is also an important gap in terms of usage of the internet. 60% of people living in rural areas have never used the internet, compared with the less than half of this percentage in urban areas. Also, while the use of the smartphones for the internet connection is almost general, with more than 90% of the ones connected to the internet using smartphones, urban population uses other devices in larger shares than the rural population. Further, we looked at the regional digital divide. In this map, we also illustrated the regional variation in the percentage of households connected to the internet, while Bucharest, the capital city and its metropolitan area, fares best with 89% of all households connected to the internet, followed by the western region with 85%. The southern and southeastern region have lower connection rate, between 80%. Almost the same regional distribution can be seen in this map, illustrating the percentage of people who never use the internet, or in the right image, illustrating the European regional distribution of people who access the internet daily, while also highlighting the differences between the Central Eastern Europe and the northern part of the EU. In Romania, the regional differences in terms of digital use and digital skills correlates well with the regional GDP and with the increasing number of businesses and ITC employees in Bucharest and in several regional centers, mostly in the western half of the country. In what regards the demographical aspects of the digital divide, one can note a negative difference of around 20% between the general population and the groups of people above 55 years old or with a low level of education in terms of never using the internet. This divide appears both in the general usage and related to specific activities on the internet. On the right graph, it is evident that while for communication or entertainment activities, such as making audio or video calls over the internet on joint or social networks, there is a small difference in terms of educational level. But for activities such as searching information on the internet, making purchases online and using internet banking, the differences between adults with low and high education level are as high as 40 and 50%. Now, in terms of mitigation this digital divide in Romania, TIC classes have been introduced in the curriculum starting with the secondary level, but the framework for the lifelong learning was only recently discussed in the Smart Edu strategy. Also, the state financed several projects for connecting to the internet remote rural areas and installing access points in public libraries and other public buildings. Moreover, NGOs and other organizations become involved in this intervention area. To understand their impact and the challenges they face, we research them using a questionnaire to focus groups and the network analysis. However, the sample was quite small as we reached only 26 such organizations. The respondent organization worked with more than 100,000 beneficiaries per year, but most of them are children and young adults. The type of educational activity they offer target higher level of digital skills like programming or robotics, and they are mostly available in urban areas. So they tend to respond only partially to the need for mitigation the digital divide we already described. The respondents also identify the most frequent factors affecting the participation in informal digital education: the income level, the digital infrastructure, educational level, and being in a vulnerable group. Also, most of them think that there is much need for other stakeholders to step in. 67% name the central authorities, 54% the local authorities, but they also identify the stakeholders in the universities, the economic sector, mass media, and the schools and public libraries. A network analysis performed on data derived from the questionnaire maps the collaboration among these researchers, this research organization. Green arrows represent reported partnership, while pink arrows represent potential partners. And the larger the node, the more collaborative the organization is. As one can know, there are a lot more potential partnerships than actual ones, and the organizations aren't too well connected to each other. And in order to broaden the research, another network analysis was performed on a dataset consisting of projects that were financed by various donor organizations and implemented by recipient organizations. Data was collected from the website of the finance or recipient organization. On the graph, the blue dots represent the intervention areas and the red dots the financed organization. The larger the blue dot, the more popular an intervention area is. The size of the dot depends on the number of participant organizations in each intervention area. The thickness of the line represents the financial contribution reported by the organization. The greater the contribution, the thicker the line. Between 2015 and 2022, the civil society invested more than 11 billion euros in projects for digital education and providing digital infrastructure. As one can note, a large part of the funds and a large number of organizations were dedicated for projects aiming at increasing the digital access among vulnerable groups, followed by educational programs for advanced skills and educational projects for basic and average digital skills. And now, to wrap things up, several conclusions to this. So the digital divide is larger between young adults and the ones with a high level of formal education, and the elderly and the ones with a low level of education. And this triggers an alarm signal as we assist on an accumulation of inequalities that in the context of the society's rapid digital transformation can only increase. The digital divide between urban and rural areas is rapidly narrowing in terms of internet access, but there is still a significant gap in terms of digital skills. Also, the quantitative analysis of the organization involved in bridging the digital divide highlighted a part of this ecosystem, showing that there is a relatively high and growing number of organizations providing non-formal digital education at national and local level, but many of them target children and are mostly active in urban areas. Moreover, the network analysis showed that these organizations fail to collaborate in a meaningful way. That's why there is a strong recommendation for more collaborative actions and maybe a common strategy on this topic. Another network analysis showed that the civil society invested large amount of money in projects aiming at bridging the digital divide, but also this cannot compensate for lacking public policy in this intervention area. And that will be all. Thank you, Reiko, for hearing my presentation.
Thank you. It's very interesting, and it is some data how can solve the COVID situation in these settlements that never used the internet.
Yes, it was a big problem with schools. And in fact, because the COVID restrictions, a lot of children in the rural area and remote rural area didn't attend the school, and now they had to be in a remedial education to catch up.
In Hungary, there was a solution by post. These children can catch the sheets and all the daily and the weekly tasks, and then they send to the teacher in the first of the next week. So I think it's horrible.
Yes, that is. But it also was a very good opportunity to show what the situation is and what is to do.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Tomasz Julai, and I have two co-authors for this presentation, and I will show you how we are working on the development of Szombathely city and how creativity and innovation are at play. As defined in the abstract, the international learning network of cities is the background for our work. And as you see, the healthy living is in the focus of that initiative as well. And the healthy living or the human factor is very important in smart cities or intelligent cities or digital cities because several initiatives have been already done in the past with this focus. And as you can see here on this slide, there is an evolution of the concept smart city. If we look at the last 10 years, we can see that.
Sorry, Tamás, but we can see your first slide, just your first slide. Not in the presentation mode.
I think.
Yes, we can see now.
I try it again. Now, slides are moving or not?
No, we can see just the little slides.
Okay, then I will use this because this way you can see the slides, don't you?
No, we can see that, yes.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. So, as I mentioned, the global network of learning cities, and I was about to explain the evolution of the term smart city, which in the last 10 years have come from a digital technology focused urban initiative into an approach where the innovation, technology, and acceleration of the livability and workability and sustainability are at play. How does that relate to the local communities in Hungary and in the neighboring countries? As you can see, the smart communities concept can go from the cities also to rural areas, and a series of cross-border projects have gone this way on the Hungarian-Slovakian border areas. But the international approach in the framework of the Intelligent Cities Challenge project or the project concept came to Hungary as well, because somewhat was successful in applying for becoming part of that city challenge process, which for 2.5 years made digital transformation and planning action the core element of the city planning in the member cities. Here you can see the result of the process, which was called Szombathely 2030, and as you can see, it was a process which included engagement of citizens and also the elected politicians. So in this way, we can say that the thematic focus which was selected during the process was really a community approach. And as you can see, it is a modern approach focusing on artificial intelligence, and the health sector is also in the focus. This is a good example of the smart cities development, because as I already mentioned, the 10-year evolution was also in the concept of orienting or directing these smart cities from a command and control approach to a community-based ecosystem development. And with this, we are not alone. The global community of smart cities is also working along these lines. And also it is a local approach, not only in Hungary, but also in Romania, because Timișoara is also part of the ICC process. And as you can see here, the strategy that they developed just 1 year ago, ecosystem development and citizens are in the focus as well. The story not ends here. Timișoara is a European capital of culture next year. So the Romanian-Hungarian cooperation goes also into the into the cultural area where creativity can really foster. And as you can see, the artist residency opportunity can really link these capitals of culture, because Western development region will also become part of that process next year. So with all these initiatives ongoing, I will now focus just for 1 minute on Somodhai again, because as you can see here, the strategy Somodhai 2030 is focusing on resilience, knowledge economy, and university partnership for innovation. And with this, I think that we can not only develop a resilient community, but also we can put creativity in the focus. As you can see here, the urban development action which was done last year, design in the future, makes these issues not just theoretical approach, but also a practical process that is visible for the population. So my conclusions for the research that we have done so far are here on this slide. I put humans in the focus here as a priority, because the city council has defined it that the indicator which will show how successful the city is with this development will be to see the life expectancy of the population. If in a couple of years or decades time, Somodhai can be one of the best performing city on this spectrum, it will show in a very pragmatic and measurable way that the city is really becoming more livable and can offer even better or improving environment for their citizens. And the other point which I mentioned already are the universities, as they are key stakeholders for the innovation ecosystem, but our experience show that they can act really in a successful way if cooperation with the city administration and with the citizens are also feasible. I think that the strategy and the process I showed you is a good example for that. And since I am a PhD student, I have some further research areas. One is the territorial innovation ecosystem, which is being developed in Hungary based on universities and the territorial innovation platforms. And in the same time, the research is also focused on clusters, because a new concept for social and ecological innovation clusters have been defined a few years ago, and it is of quite interest to see at how much extent these phenomena can be identified in Hungary, and how the clusters can be developed along these lines. So this was my summary about the planning actions that we have implemented in Somodhai, and I am open for questions if you have some. Thank you for your attention.
I just have one question. Somodhai is a pilot program in Hungary for this approach, or there are so many?
Well, it is a pilot city in the sense that Somodhai was the only middle-sized city in the framework of the international the city challenge approach. The other Hungarian participant was Zugló district, but unfortunately they withdrew from the process. So I can say that at the moment, Somodhai is the only ICC city from Hungary. But there is already a second round, the ICC 2.0, so I can I can hope that other towns will follow from Hungary this process.
We hope so, yes. It would be a great opportunity, I think. Oh, okay, thank you. And the title of our presentation is The Territorial Characteristic of Cultural and Creative Industries Through the Case of Pécs and Cluj-Napoca. My co-author is Stefan Bilescu. So we noticed and mentioned before that these results are the part of the Hungarian-Romanian bilateral mobility project supported by the Hungarian and the Romanian Academy. So the project title is the same as the special session title. And why we select this theme? This is a very good question. We think the Eastern European region centers cannot play such a space organizing role as their Western European counterparts. There are specialties as regard the functions which we focused on. Several of these functional artificial, and as a result, partially they have less chance to integrate into big international networks due to the dominant capitals. The two regional centers, Cluj-Napoca and Pécs, subject to our interest, have many similar and number of unique features in terms of their function, scope, and agglomeration. Their comparative analysis, their resource base, local circumstances, and capital formation processes made interesting results. As we can see that in the previous session. We have started this comparative analysis in this year, so we turn to the analysis of innovation and knowledge sector as a base of urban development concept. In order to meet the great global challenges which the two cities have to face, more attention need to be paid to the resource efficiency in the creative sector. Establishing a resource efficiency economy is the major environmental and development challenge today, which requires political action at all, international, national and local levels too. Improving resource efficiency by better understanding of the available amount, value, structure, ownership, etc. Of resources within a given locality is crucial to planning and implement good resource-based special policies. For the adaptive and sustainable development of the territory, the decision makers need the exact information about the potential and consumption of resources related to the development processes of the given places. So the knowledge, innovation, and the creativity is a key areas to be explored in themes related to urban and economic development. In addition to the social and economic environment of cities, the cultural milieu is increasingly becoming an installation factor since the change of regime, but also after the millennium. The development of knowledge-based economic sector has become a key theme in national, regional, and international economic strategies. Spatial differences in creative and knowledge-intensive sector within the urban network show significant patterns. The geographical focus of the research, as I mentioned, the regional centers of Romania and Hungary. The primary objective of the research is to present the innovation ecosystem, the cultural and creative industries in these regional centers. The impacts on the urban development will be analyzed from the perspective of the creative economy, as well as their special patterns within the city and the effects of urban development policies. The secondary objective of the research is to examine the new forms of work related to the digitalization of the economy in the two case study locations. Outside the capital cities, these spatial scales are also centers of the emergence of the creative economy, Industry 4.0 solution, and innovative startups reflected to the new generation of innovation policies. Epidemiological measures have brought new insight into new working spaces which have been accompanied by the definition of new development and action direction. The epidemic, which swept through the country with incredible speed, has caused a serious problem in all sectors and industries, with a few exceptions. Its effects were felt differently in the big cities and the rural areas, and to varying degrees in the different urban areas. The analysis of the culture and the cultural and creative sector would provide new research. The new perspective would present new opportunities to understanding the development of these two regional centers. So the research will elaborate the following sub-themes, methodologies, and expected results. The place and role of the regional centers in the spatial structure of Romania and Hungary. We will focus on the process of the urban change in post-socialist cities, the urban context in Central and Eastern Europe will be analyzed with reference to economic and social change. The politics of urban governance will be discussed as they relate to the provision of urban services. In addition, the trend and the major processes of spatial change in the urban setting will be identified, recognizing the need for effective policy solution as the answer to the urban challenges. The analysis will explore the opportunities to influence change through the urban development strategies. The second theme, the assessment of the economic role and potential of the creative industrial sector in Pécs and Cluj-Napoca with a detailed analysis of the key activities. In the creative industries, we analyzed some main categories, electronic and print media, performing arts, architecture, film and video, craft and handicraft, publishing, research and development industry, and so on. So the next goal is the role of the university and the higher education in the urban development and the role of the creative and cultural sector. In both case study areas, universities are constantly evolving. They play a key role in the life of the city, which is reviewed from a historical perspective and in relation to the life of the businesses. We will also look at the role of the transformation and the epidemic situation. And we will analyze the impact of COVID on the life of people living, especially in the suburbanization, the emergence of the second homes in rural areas, and the transformation of the housing market. And we have two ambitious tasks, the local resource mapping for the two regional centers and introducing the potential of the cultural landscape. So the framework of our research is in the international literature has more and more relevant. The last year was the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. This is important because in the last year was identified the priority challenges for this sector up to 2030. So there are many positive effects, both in terms of human capital and innovation and economic development too. Due to the both lower development level and the absence of strong metropolitan regional centers, the creative economy in Hungary is more heavily concentrated than in the EU core. This concern particularly activities involved in commercialization and value creation. Critical mass issues are apart across minor cities, and even more pressing in small towns and all but a few rural areas. Absent strong local social and financial capital, development planning remains funding oriented and operates along an exogenous model directed from the capital and bypassing local stakeholders with weak ability for capacity building. Therefore, localities are weak or absent actors in this formula, often remaining dependent on sustained public transfer for the survival. So the impact of the COVID has not only hit the tourism sector hard, but the creative and the cultural sector too. The new techniques and solutions must be found to mitigate the effect of similar epidemics in the future. So, yes, the following slides I will show the cultural and creative activities that will be used to the analysis and in the framework of our project. And I will show you two preliminary results. The relationship between the accessibility and the cultural and creative sectors, Cluj-Napoca, in Cluj-Napoca and in Pécs. The green color indicates the areas that well served by walking, local public transport, and the parking places too. This picture shows in general the cultural and creative sectors, and I will show the second one. This represents the research and development industries, and shows the dominance of the universities, research institutes, and the consultancy firms in these two cities. So we are very still beginning at this research, so we have a lot of work. And with these two preliminary pictures, I will thank you for your attention. And please contact us if you have any question with this project.
If I may, I would like to ask you about Pécs, because Pécs has been the capital of culture, I think some 12 years ago, and maybe you could identify some boost of the creative economy, which was the result of that capital of culture project. I ask it because maybe if there is some effect, of this type, similar research could be done for West Frame to see whether the capital of culture project has this type of economic boost in the creative cultural sector.
It's a good idea.
So what about Pécs?
Pécs was capital of culture in 2010. It's a lot of how can I say, institutions and some architectural movement was created, so many programs and so on, but we can say that not was the very precious that they promised. So I will answer it maybe in Hungarian next time. I don't know how can I say it in English. So sorry for that.
To see how the culture can bring even economic development in an area. that I know this project is about is on the page, but maybe in the rural area can be seen. Have you seen this kind of development? And there are something to share about this.
The first part of the question I don't understand. Sorry for that. So please repeat that.
I think yes, we lose connection. But the question was if you saw this kind of development also in rural areas, not just in urban concentration. This cultural development and flourishment for the creative industries.
We requested the data from the CERS data bank. So we have Cluj County and Baranya County, all settlements, this data, all these creative and cultural activities. So we can analyze that. But I will have just the data, not the results. So maybe later I am able to.
I just wanted to give you one comment about my question, because I did some research on Timisoara and studied that for becoming the capital of culture, and then a lot of community development action in their plan. So we definitely plan to analyze the result next year, what they could achieve and what was not, because their plans are really ambitious, and we would like to see how much achievement can be done with that ambitious plan next year. And maybe with Weststream we could do similar action, and then comparative research could be done how Weststream and Timisoara are using the local community in creativity and cultural development.
Tamas, I will write you an email, and maybe we can contact within this project. Thank you.
Well, I think we can begin. My name is Andrea Caraglio, and we apologize in advance for any technical issue. I call from Politecnico di Milano, and I'm very pleased and honored to be here to chair this session in this year's conference, the CERS conference. Today we have three papers. The first one is by Stefan Reak and Oliver Rafai, then another one by myself, and then the third one hopefully from Boklar Kabarshi. This is all about smart cities, so I'm very happy about this. 13 minutes, 1-3 each, and I would suggest we keep the questions for the end so that we are sure that we all have time for presenting. So the floor is yours, Stefan. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. This is the paper, or at least this is the working version of our future paper with Oliver, Rafa, and I have also to acknowledge my colleague Evka Belonchiko, who contributed as well, but she was not included in abstract. So this will be about the geography of smart city research, and I'm also happy to be the first speaker before Andrea Calario, who is the one of the most cited author in this topic. So hopefully this will be interesting for all of you. We are from University of Economics in Bratislava, and this presentation will be about smart cities. And basically, I will not start with the definitions, as this is the special session of smart cities. Everybody knows that these are the cities which are experimenting with new technologies with different aims. And there is quite a lot of research on smart cities, but there is also quite heavy critics about the smart city research. There are different perspectives why the smart city research has some problems. What we would like to add to this is the geographic imbalance of the smart city research, and this might be a problem, as usually if the concept would like to reach a kind of higher level of consistencies, then we need many examples from cities from different sizes, located in different regional contexts, and in different application domains. And in addition, we also would like to see comparative studies of cities with similar sizes. So we would like to kind of map the empirical studies in smart city research and try to understand the evolution of this concept from the geographical perspective. So I would go to the methodology actually. So there are similar studies actually, and we're not the first one who analyzed kind of using the bibliometric analysis the smart city research, but people usually use authors as the main source of information, or all the affiliation of those authors, and try to understand the networks between the authors based on the co-authorships or citations. So we took a different approach. We downloaded all the articles with smart city keyword in abstract or among the keywords or title, and we found more than 6,000 of these papers. These are only research articles in English, and we used only abstract. So our first database was a little bit more than 6,000 abstracts. And what we wanted to do was to identify cities within those abstracts, and we used the information from the database of all cities, which were more than 43,000. For this, we did a text analysis, which was in R using different libraries, and then we checked it manually. And this was actually the work of my colleague, because, as you know, there are some cities with the names which are kind of common words in English, like we, as, or most, or Manhattan, which in this sense was rather method than the city. Then we classified the cities into city categories, and then we did an additional text analysis, and we kind of coded every article to one of the 6 categories according to the topic of the smart city initiatives, like resources or transportation or buildings. And this was the classification based on the paper from Nairobi. Of course, there are some limits of this approach. First, we could also use different keywords, not only smart city, but also others. We just didn't, with not really any logical argument. We just started with this one. It can be extended easily. And of course, we have come using these methods. We assume that the name of the city is in the abstracts, which might be problematic, especially in the papers where there are many cities and just few are mentioned in the abstract. So hopefully this is clear, and we can go to the results. We are only doing now the exploratory analysis, so hopefully this will be more sophisticated in the latest stages of the research. So this is just how we did the coding with the domains. Just simply put most common words to every domain, and then try to find them in the abstracts. So results are like this. So first, like in the first years of smart city research, we saw that the number of papers was growing rapidly, but the number of cities was actually, this is the graph on the left side, was higher than the number of papers, which means that more papers in many papers there were more than one city mentioned in abstract. So kind of multi-case papers. And then you see there is a change in 2016 where there are more papers than cities, which is actually driven by the fact that some of the cities, there are additional papers on different topics. Like this is on the figure on the right side, and you see that after 2016 there was an increase of the number of papers in different topics. Especially in the last year, we see many papers about the smart buildings, or smart living, especially related to the COVID, or technical solutions to fight the COVID. But in total, most of the papers are either in government domain or resources, or in energy or transportations. So in total, we have more than 500 cities from 82 countries. So this is the geographical perspective. Not surprising, many of those cities are located in Europe, which is the leading continent in this sense, but we see also many papers from Asia or India, but also from Northern America, and some few also from in other continents. But this is heavily driven by Europe, as we will see. In addition, here I highlighted also some cities which are the appearance of that city was the most frequent one, and you see them here. This is kind of just a zoom, just to see the details of the geography, and we see that, for example, in surprisingly in Europe, the northern Europe is kind of less represented in smart city research, and not surprisingly, Eastern Europe also. So there are kind of, or first observation is that there are differences not only when we compare continents, but also different countries within one continent. And this can be also seen in other examples in Asia or America. When we look on the graph on the right side, then you see that Europe is really dominating not only smart city research in general, but also each domain, followed by Asia and then Americas. Then we zoomed into the individual cities, and what we saw is that the leaders, and we can call them kind of smart city labs. So these are the cities with most research articles on them. And again, Europe is leading, but not in every dimension. Let's say if you take a look on the buildings, the Asian cities are leading. Then, for example, in transportation is New York, followed by Singapore and Beijing. So even though that European cities are leading, there are also other cities, especially the large ones. The second question was the size structure of the cities, and as it was already mentioned many times before, that this research is dominated by kind of large iconic cities like Barcelona or London or Beijing or New York. In effect, approximately 80% of the city or the appearance of the cities was in the metropolitan and large metropolitan cities. So these are the cities with more than 1.5 million of inhabitants. And especially the largest ones, the trend is that their share is increasing over time. And you see that the outliers on the graph above, and obviously the largest cities are the outliers, but also some smaller like Santander or Amsterdam, which are kind of, especially Santander is mid-sized city.
Stefan, 3 minutes left.
Okay, I'm trying to be fast. The appearance of the leaders is driven also by there are examples of many different application domains as well. So there are a lot of research in different application domains in the same city. Well, the second part was about then we tried to took only those cases where there are more than one city in the abstract, just to understand the comparative, if there are some comparative studies or at least multi-case studies, and 20% of articles are multi-case studies. And these are usually between countries, but within the same continent and between different size categories. This is just the graph representing the collocation of the cities within the same abstract. And you see the clusters of English on the left, or European on the bottom part of the graph. and see the strongest relations are between London, Singapore, Amsterdam, and Barcelona, but also with other cities. Surprisingly, I forgot to mention that there are some large cities which are not represented so much in the analysis, like Paris or Tokyo, which is a question that why this is the case. Well, I will go to conclusions, if you don't mind, and discussion. So first, why do we see that the largest cities are dominating the research? Well, there are some papers claiming that there are two actually approaches to that. First, that these cities have more smart city initiatives, as there is a higher demand for these solutions, and also kind of higher supply as well, because this is related to financial capital and human capital. And also, obviously, if the research is done by researchers, this could be done also, or the case could, or the explanation could be that the universities trying to do the research on the smart cities, and they have better access in large cities. Secondly, developed countries are dominating, but developing countries are presented as well. Again, this could be the argument of the financial capital of the developed countries. But also, if you remember the European case, even between developed countries, there are differences. And this could be also explained by different government mechanisms and regulation, let's say, like an access to data. There are some papers, and this is kind of the other phase of our project would be to read those papers actually and try to understand the contextual factors which influence the smart city initiatives and the research on smart city initiatives. So finally, smart cities are becoming global phenomenon, at least and the smart city research is doing the same. But this is heavily distorted towards the larger cities. And I think that's one of the reason might be that this was also typical in regional innovation studies. You might remember, those who are familiar with innovation studies, that Silicon Valley was once upon a time this kind of example, and there were many studies on Silicon Valley. So we can expect that there will be more studies on even on smaller cities and in different types of countries. But at this moment, there is a risk that cities will try to do copy-paste solutions based on the examples of existing research, which is not kind of welcomed, because as we know from the regional development, the local development, urban development perspectives, that it is more suggested that the policies should be place-based. And suggestions for further research. So we suggest that there is a need for more research on small and medium-sized cities, and the need for of the research in non-European or less developed countries, and more comparative studies as well. So this was, in short, all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. That was very, very, very interesting. But of course, I'm interested in this topic too. So you got my attention from the very beginning, but I think it's a great job. Thank you also for sticking to the time. I would suggest I move on with my presentation. You or Boklarka keep the time and let me know when it's -5 and -2, and then we collect the questions at the end, because this is a very surprisingly coherent session and we can enjoy homogeneous questions. Okay, so let me share my screen, my own screen. Okay, so 22. Our paper is a joint work with Chiara Del Bo from the State University Milan, and the title is Smart Cities and the Urban Digital Divide. We are currently focusing on a niche literature within smart cities, and we're basically tackling the critique that some people basically claiming that the smart city paradigm and movement, it would be driven by multinational corporations, where basically people would be convinced among public administrations to actually implement ICTs as means to increase the profits of the multinational corporations without a real advantage for city dwellers. Now, recently, we worked on the income inequality component in this critique, and we found that, if anything, smart city features enhance a more equitable distribution of income levels. So, if anything, the critique is going the other way around, and the impact of the adoption or the diffusion of these technologies is actually negative. In this work, we go a step further, and we try and see whether the implementation of these technologies is actually negatively or positively, if the critique is right, with an increase in urban inequalities along the digital divide dimension among urban dwellers. To test these questions, what we did was collecting a database of 181 European cities. So this confirms the prejudice that Stefan and Oliver found, with data on a number of smart urban characteristics, along with a measure of digital divide based on survey data that we used. We didn't collect them ourselves. We used a Eurobarometer survey to collect this information. In a nutshell, our results suggest that there's a negative association between the intensity of the smart cities in the indicator and the level of digital divide within cities. And we also found that this result is pretty strong and robust to a number of robustness checks, as well as to an identification strategy based on instrumental variables. Now, very briefly, this is a very traditional and relatively classical literature on the digital divide. This was first proposed in the mid-1990s as the ICTs were spreading around by Lloyd Morissette, who was chair of the Markle Foundation. And while this is traditionally dealt with as basically related to having or not having access to ICTs, more recently, the literature became a bit more nuanced and started to suggest that there may be 3 layers related to the digital divide. What is called the first order digital divide, which is in fact related to the ICT access, a second order digital divide, which is related to ICT use, and a third order digital divide, which is instead related to the outcomes that these ICTs cause, basically the returns that the adoption of these technologies actually cause. The extent of this phenomenon is considered to be a relevant factor somehow hampering urban development. And so the research over this past couple of decades has focused on the identification of the factors that would drive the intensity of the digital divide. There's a number of papers which actually provide qualitative, i.e. case study, or quantitative evidence on these determinants, but in this recent survey, they have been summarized as follows: economic and technological determinants that are related to prosperity, institutional determinants related to the political setting where and the rule of law of where these ICTs are adopted, and social determinants that are basically related to people-based processes, and so anything that is related to the human sphere and how this influences the propensity to adopt and efficiently exploit ICTs. Other factors in this literature include, for instance, income, years of schooling, illiteracy, trade openness, youth and age dependency ratios, urbanization rates, phone density, electricity consumption, and what have you. And all this list, we tried and find a proxy for each of these indicators to actually control for the determinants that this digital divide may be based on. Now, despite the feeling that is pretty widespread that this divide could be harmful for the equitable distribution of resources, to date, there's no attention being paid, and I think we've been a bit mild in saying that there was insufficient attention. In fact, there's no attention whatsoever to the subnational definition or classification of this phenomenon. And actually, this research avenue presents a lot of advantages. In fact, some of these dimensions vary a lot along the regional and urban dimension, and thereby they offer potential variance, somehow throwing exogenous variability into the data so as to identify causal relationships among variables. I'm going to be very quick on the definition. We use our own, which comes with a couple of what we believe are advantages. One is that it's inspired by an urban production function approach. So you clearly identify what's, determining a final economic outcome and what is actually the economic outcome itself. And the consequence, second advantage, is that this can be measured, which is very important if you want to say something that is empirically testable, and therefore tested, which we actually do in this paper. So the question is very simple. We ask ourselves whether urban smartness is associated with a higher, or if you wish, a lower digital divide, and we regress a number of, an indicator of the digital divide at the urban level against a number of controls, which we're going to discuss in a second. The baseline model includes a measure of agglomeration economies, the intensity of social capital, local institutions, the intensity of R&D, geographical remoteness, and of course, the most important control variable, which is our determinant of interest, which is urban smartness. The database I anticipated above includes 181 cities. There's no filter for size, so we range from relatively small cities in the ballpark of a couple of 100,000 people to London and Paris, which, as you all know, are the largest urban areas in Europe. The intensity of the digital divide is based on basically calculating and exploiting the data that have been collected, 28,000 interviews within Eurobarometer 88.3 and the European Value Study, two of the largest surveys in Europe. Responses are predicted basically on a number of ICT adoption and ICT ownership dependent variables against a number of individual traits used as controls. In particular, we are trying and intercept as many ICTs as possible, so we have data on whether people own or use a desktop computer, a laptop, a tablet, a smartphone, whether they have and how frequently they use a home internet connection or a standard mobile phone in their everyday activities. Data, as you can see, come from a number of sources. Many of the controls we have on the right-hand side are stemming from Eurostat data. The urban smartness indicator is based on Eurobarometer and European Value Studies data. Trust is also based on the EVS in the second before the last wave of studies. For quality of government, we use the Charon and co-authors database on the quality of regional institutions. Okay, now we can focus a bit more. I think it's a bit more time to discuss about this. So this is our baseline model that includes on the left-hand side the baseline controls, and the model changed because we increasingly complexify the model by including more controls, and this is also reflected in the title of the columns. So we start by regressing the digital divide on urban smartness only, which, as you can imagine, comes with a major issue of collinearity in terms of this variable smartness being correlated to a number of these factors. And then we start to control for additional right-hand side variables for trust, quality of governance, location characteristics, more controls, and also urban GDP. One of the critiques that some of these criticisms would actually pose against smart cities is that basically ownership and especially use is mostly driven by income possibilities, and basically if people are rich or they can afford technologies, they can also thereby exploit these technologies for their own benefits, and as a consequence this would actually drive the effect that you actually intercept in empirical studies. But this column 6 model actually suggested this is not the case, and across all these models this correlation, which is still a correlation in fact, remains strongly and significantly negative, with a magnitude that remains relatively constant across the different specifications. We then have a number of robustness checks that are meant to capture residual variance that may somehow jeopardize the correct identification of the magnitude of this parameter. So in particular, we capture whether income inequality, which is also associated with an unequal or potentially associated with an unequal distribution of technologies across segments of the population, affects these results, whether a higher level of human capital can also influence this result, whether cities are located in Central and Eastern European countries or not, the median age of the population as a proxy for the likelihood that the population is going to be able to reap the benefits of these technologies, the percentage of foreign population, which in many cases is a proxy for the level of education, in that in many cases the percentage of immigrants is mostly related to low education portions of the population, fractionalization of the demographic structure in case population regional and urban populations are diversified in terms of the type of age brackets that are comprised by the population itself. And lastly, whether cities adopted recently 5Gs as a proxy for their tendency to, apologies, fortunately you're not in the same room as me, influences this identified relationship. And once again, none of the inclusion of these controls crucially influences neither the size, the magnitude of the estimated parameter, nor the sign, which is most important. So we still find the strong and statistically significant negative association between smartness and digital divide. We then dug deeper into another topic because we can actually disentangle the extent of the digital divide and measure whether it's more about the use or about the ownership itself. So some of the critiques are actually against the very fact that people with a higher income or places with an average higher income also tend to be more prone to adopt these technologies, while others are actually targeting whether people can actually afford understanding how these things work. And our results suggest that the main finding in our baseline estimates is mostly driven by ownership. In fact, when cities adopt a smart urban planning paradigm, they're also less likely to present substantial levels of digital divide, while the weak evidence going in favor of the criticism is found when we deal with the sub-portion of the digital divide indicator that relates to the way people actually use it.
3 minutes, Andrea.
Thank you. Very good, because this is the last table and then we conclude. Thank you. And lastly, because these are all correlations, we also tried and identify a plausible identification strategy. Of course, there's no large scale or at least European scale exogenous variation in terms of a policy such as the 2012 Chinese Smart City program. And so we resorted to the classical IV instrumentation strategy for basically dealing with endogeneity. We sought for variables that would plausibly correlate with the indicator of urban smartness, but not with the dependent variable. And we came up with a bunch of instruments. In model 1, we are instrumenting smartness with the intensity of bike sharing. Noting that this smartness indicator is relatively time-lagged. We're talking about an average 2012-2016, and at the continental level, bike sharing was much less widespread than right now, and so there was indeed variation that we could exploit to identify causality here. In column 2, we also used the same instrument that we used in the regional studies paper that I just mentioned about income inequality. So we digitalized a GIS with the spatial distribution of a relatively long time lag of broadband networks dating back to the early 1990s in Europe. And lastly, we have a long time lag of the specialization in business services and public administration, once again as a proxy for the tendency of these cities to adopt more easily these technologies. Across all these three specifications, we find that the association is classical with the IVs, not only as large as with the OLS estimations, but actually larger and with an equally statistically significant association. I also have IV tests for you to show you that these tests are passed as usual, with the exception of the over-identification for the third specification, which turns out to be rejected, which shouldn't be. Okay, to conclude, we started with the usual question, are these critiques right? And so shall we speak of a potential threat to the populations living in cities that adopt a smart city planning paradigm? And in particular, should we expect more digital divide, a more divided population within cities with a higher likelihood that people would actually partition themselves, rich people or educated people or combination of the two are more likely to own technologies or be more capable of using them. And the empirical test based on a cross-section of European cities actually suggests that this is actually going the other way around. And if cities adopt such a paradigm, they also tend to produce, and I'm not using this word randomly, to cause a lower level of digital divide. So this is consistent to a relevant number of robustness checks. We tried basically everything, and this basically contradicts the common words and the common sense critiques that have been coming from the literature, which usually leads us to the caveat that we should always resort to data to actually tell, you know, what's good from what's bad, and whether we really should be worried about this. Thank you. That's it. Okay, I would say that it's now high time to move to the third presenter, and then we keep questions from the end for the end. So Boglarka, if you wish to share your screen.
So the title of my presentation is how we can adapt smart city models in rural environment. I would like to present how the knowledge and experiences of previous smart city research projects can be used for rural areas, and also present that in a very disadvantageous Hungarian rural area, what is the attitude towards smart city or communities approach. We used this kind of notion for smart cities very long. I won't read it for you. I think we can skip it. We can learn many things from previous smart city researches, and also interviews with different stakeholders and experiences from already existing, mostly pilot smart city initiatives. And I summed up the possible pitfalls as the followings. Although information and communication technologies are essential elements of the concept, their application is not the ultimate goal, only a tool to achieve the ultimate goal of smart cities, to increase the well-being of people. The implementation of ad hoc smart city initiatives and projects does not help to improve the functioning of the city. The aim is that innovative development should not be random, but municipalities should have a smart city strategy, a vision and idea of the necessary developments, and also their chronology. The strategy and vision should determine the necessary technological developments. The next pitfalls is very strongly connected to the previous one. Many of the implemented developments were initiated by large multinational tech companies. The cities implemented project with which ICT companies knocked on them without considering how well the given program fits into the development strategy of the city or the expectations and needs of the population. Creating a smart city is not the sole responsibility of the city or the local government. The cooperation of the city, non-governmental organizations, IT companies, governmental public utility and public service institutions, universities, urban planners, and the population is necessary. Without the involvement of the local communities, no smart city project or initiative can work successfully. It's also very much a problem in Hungary that the introduced smart city initiatives were often not shaped by the needs of the city, but by the available resources and tenders. Thus, these often pilot projects did not continue after the expiration of the grant, so they failed. The size, endowments, natural environment, traditions, historical past, and roots of each settlement can be very different. It is therefore not possible to develop and follow a single and universal smart city model that can be applied to all settlements. And finally, there is a life beyond the megapolis. That means at the beginning, smart cities focused almost exclusively on big cities, but smart solutions and technologies into urban planning and management can be extremely beneficial for smaller settlements as well. In the 1960s, when research began on the relationship between space and the new information technology, it was believed that the new technologies would shift economic activity from the centers to the peripheries, resulting in a global village. In the 1990s, with the opening of the internet for commercial purposes, the debate gained a new impetus, and it was seen that as ICT products easily bridge physical distance and overcome geographic barriers, the digital revolution will mean the death of distance. However, the processes observed later drew attention to exact opposite trends, as ICT contributes to increasing the competitiveness of previously advantageous regions and cities. Although the literature of smart cities is very rich and broad, the possibility and usefulness of the application of information and communication technologies in rural areas were less researched area, although these areas also face challenges which can be solved with this kind of technologies, as for example rural shrinkage, depopulation, outmigration, aging population, and etc. I copied for you the definition of smart villages from European Commission. You can see that it's a little bit different from the smart city definition. And now I go on to the empirical research. The research was conducted from 2018 to 2020, and the research covered Nógrád County in Hungary, and also Košice and Banská Bystrica regions in Slovakia. But I will focus mostly on the Hungarian results. Some quick facts about Nógrád County. The GDP per capita is only 47% of the Hungarian average. Mass out-migration can be seen. It is the lowest life expectancy at birth for men in the county, lowest rate of population with higher education degree, and infant mortality and unemployment rate are double of the national average. So it's a really disadvantaged region of the country. I show you some pictures of the county. It has beautiful landscape, great cultural traditions. For example, you can see here this small village called Hollók, which belongs to the UNESCO World Heritage List. But it has awful infrastructure and a struggling county seat. You can see here the county seat. It is the only county in the country where the statistical data of the county seat debase the whole county data. The research was constructed from 3 parts. We had a questionnaire survey among settlements. It was an attitude survey. The second part was a questionnaire among secondary school students. And the third part was semi-structured interviews with mayors and representatives and non-governmental organizations in 10 selected settlements. We asked the respondents what do they think, what are the essential elements of smart cities and smart settlements. We got very broad range of answers for this question. We also had an open question for it. There were very perfect notions And there were a mayor who told me that smart settlement is where nobody is hungry and cold. They also had a question on how they assess the digital knowledge of inhabitants. And you can see that in the Hungarian side, they found the digital knowledge not adequate in quite high percentage. So what kind of lessons we can draw from our research? They were quite dissatisfied with the broadband internet connection. They thought that significant digital skill development is needed. Residents were happy to participate in different kinds of trainings to digital skills, and they also told us that there would be need for training older preparation as well. The involvement of companies into the training in this area is very, very small. All the settlements had a website, but they mostly prefer to use social media to communicate with inhabitants. In the case of aging and depopulated settlements, it is a serious problem, the lack of activity, the lack of young people and intellectuals, and the lack of interest. In many places, the lack of concept, the lack of long-term development strategy, and excessive participations are also problems. But for example, communication via Facebook works very well, and it's free for the settlements, immediate, and allows feedback easily and simply. In this area, the presence of the Roma minority is also a huge problem. They express that awakening needs is important, and they need development programs and health programs for this minority. Almost 1/3 of the Hungarian settlements in this area have already implemented.
Boglarka, it's 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Have already implemented projects based on the use of ICT, mostly in the areas of maintenance of public buildings, education and training, and energy management. There is a demand for a very simple project that can be very useful for everyone, and there is a need for increasing the retaining power of the community. So to the conclusions, our final conclusion is that it is possible to create smart communities in smaller territorial scale, but we also think that in this context, the term smart does not need to imply high-tech projects or projects that concentrate on innovative infrastructural developments. In this field, innovation you can find mostly in social or organizational means. From the perspectives of rural areas, smartness means that communities are capable of responding challenges associated with change. So smartness is an ability to constantly learn and adapt to the changes in the ecosystem. In this approach to rural development, where central role is played by the local community and its actions, local governments that meet the basic needs of the local community and consider the needs of various stakeholders not only fulfill their mandated mission, but also build trust and help release the creative potential of the local community. It was very clear that success depends to a large extent on the commitment, enthusiasm, knowledge, and ability of the leaders of the settlement to activate and win for change the population of the settlement. And finally, there is no smart or city or village strategy or approach that is appropriate for each settlement. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution. The development route must be determined based on the characteristics of the given place. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent, Boglarka. Thank you for your informative presentation. I think we got a lot of things to discuss, and unfortunately, it's just 7 minutes. Okay, let me start quickly by finding a saddening remark related to all your works and my own work. Rudolf wants to say something before, okay? And then there's a written question from Arthur. So do I have to do anything to allow Rudolf to... Okay, in the meantime, very quickly, let me feedback to Arthur's question, and this also allows me to introduce my comment. I mean, especially Boglarka's remarks are very saddening, not because your work is not fine, but I think it's your work has a lot in common with Stefan's on one point, and the point is that we are ignoring small cities and rural areas, and this is a major cost for society. As an urban economist, I must say that this is most on our shoulders. It's our responsibility. And I think it makes sense. And our own results also explain a bit why this actually is the case. We find strongly negative, significantly negative association between density and the number of negative outcomes. So denser areas also tend to be less income unequal. They also tend to be less digitally divided. And so it makes sense for planners and policymakers to allow density to increase and people to move to cities, but at the same time, this comes with a cost, because if you're not born in the right place, I don't think your only option has to be to move, right? As the World Bank 2007 report actually suggested. So I think it's an open question. It's a very open question for all of us. How to handle the management of smaller areas and how they can actually exploit and benefit from these technological paradigms. The places that you showed us, Boglarka, are very nice, but I can see why their municipalities are not investing in ICT infrastructure, and I can imagine the demographics there. So, and it's, I'm not mocking your country. I mean, it's this exactly the same here. Inner areas have major problems. And so there is a huge heterogeneity, Arthur, in these findings, I think, and policy prescriptions cannot ignore these differences because they're going to impose huge costs and bind these policies to failure. Rudolf, do you want to share your camera? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hi.
Is it now? It should be working.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations. All three have been very interesting and bringing some evidence to new questions. I can underpin what Andreas said regarding this smart city development in rural or less developed areas. We did a study in small municipalities in Belgium, which showed more or less the same results, that small municipalities do not have the capacity. They have very specific individual problems which cannot be solved by big investments, but need very adequate probably technologies, but in many cases is not affordable for such municipalities. And it, of course, even the funding programs on the European level are not really adequate for smaller municipalities, having not as much capacities as the typical smart cities do have. This is an aspect which could be stressed again on the European level to include to have a better focus on smaller municipalities in order to improve the accessibility of such funds. Thanks for this presentation. It was really interesting. I would like to ask two questions to Andrea Caraglio, of course, because he was presenting very fast, and so probably you mentioned that, but I would like to ask you again, how did you define the urban smartness? I remember a little bit, but it was very fast, and then you come up with very interesting evidence, means that there is a negative relation between smartness and digital divide. So for me, the question is how you define this urban smartness. And the second question is, it's a hypothesis. Probably some of these or advanced smart cities already implemented specific programs on the urban level to mitigate and to reduce digital divide. Did you consider such investments or activities of the cities themselves?
So we've been using the definition that we've been working on for a while now, which is in turn based on your own work on the report, the 2007 report. So we have indicators, at least 4 of them, to a max of 5 for the 6 classes, including human capital, social capital, transport infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, natural resources, and e-government. And then we combine these 6 indicators all together. And so the vector that we have is basically a principal components based on these 6 indicators. Instead, concerning your second question, this is a very good point that we didn't include somehow in our controls. It's not easy to include though, because we should be collecting city by city specific indicators on policies, minimizing the flip sides of the investment in ICTs within the smart city paradigm. It could be done. We should have a PhD student probably to collect the data. And I personally don't have it presently, but I raise my hand. It's a very good point. So we cannot say that the causality in the association is not mediated by policies at the local level fighting the negative consequences of the digital divide. There may be an intermediate step. This is a potentially viable solution to that, an intermediate step whereby the city planners actually see, hey, this is going to be a problem. Let's, tell people how to make the best use of their ICTs. Thank you.
If I may add just one comment to that. Actually,
yes,
this was
yes,
also
please.
In direction to my question or comment that if you will do the same research in another country or in another region like United States or Asia, do you think you will get the same results? Why I'm asking is that, and this is related to this discussion in Europe, at least we believe that we have more participatory governing structures, so people are involved in the decisions and in policy making, which is not the case in other countries. So perhaps this can drive your results, perhaps.
Almost for sure. I fully agree. The US paradigm is totally different. They are, with all due respect, obsessed with the ICT component, and there's very little discussion of the social implications of the adoption of this technology and the preconditions for a society to actually reap the benefits. And the literature that is mostly qualitative revolves around, the adoption of IoT or smart meters or anything that makes a fancier city. Okay, so if we don't have one, I think the time is up for 6 minutes now. And I enjoyed the session very much. It was very, very coherent. I look forward to be in touch with both of you. With Stefan, we are in touch frequently, but also with Clark. If you want to keep in touch on these matters, I think we are doing relatively compatible research. Thanks, everyone, and also people from the crowd for the nice questions and remarks, and Arthur for his kindness. I agree. You're far too kind. I agree with Stefan. Thanks a lot. Take care, and thanks also to the LOC for organizing this very interesting conference. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. See you.
Bye. Thank you.